Morena koto, ngā mihi nui. It's my pleasure to open this hearing by application by New Zealand Cherry Corp for 112 and 11144 Vale Road, Cromwell. My name is Rose Day-Cleven. I'm an independent commissioner based in Ōtepoti, Dunedin, and I'll be chairing this hearing process today.
My name's Meg Justice. I'm an independent commissioner as well, based in Dunedin as well, but I do a lot of work in the Central Saviour District in Queenstown.
Because you see, I am the hearings administrator. I work for council.
And Morena council staff, Mr. McIntosh, can you hear me okay?
I can, yes. Good morning, commissioners and everyone. I'm Ollie McIntosh, the 42A officer for council, and with me I have Megan Hashi, from Buffer Miskel, who was the landscape peer reviewer.
Thank you. Good morning to you both, and thank you for tuning in today. Just at any time during the process, if you are unable to hear panel or anything else from any of the other parties, just give us a wave and we'll do our best to get some technical support on that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Everly, would you like to introduce your team, please?
Tēnā koutou. My name's Sarah Evely. I'm appearing for NZ Cherry Corp. I'm joined by Paul Croft, Roy Buchanan and Tony Milne, and also Fraser Colgrave. We have online Andy Carr, who will be joining around 9:30. And also we're expecting Jake Woodward online also. There he is. It's just popped up.
Okay.
Morning, Jake. Mr. Woodward, hope that you're feeling okay today. Good to see you.
Yeah, no, thank you for your understanding. Apologies if there's any disruption to anything, but yeah, feeling a lot better today and I can be here online. So if anything happens, I will, yeah, I'll let you know.
Thank you. Well, good to see you up and about. Lovely. Thank you. Okay. So we have no submitters here today and we have no media. So that brings us to the end of our introductions. In terms of housekeeping, Ms. Dick, would you be able to run us through health and safety, please?
If there is a fire, take any of the exits out into the car park at the front. The bathrooms are through this door and just follow the toilet signs. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Health and safety, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a few procedural issues that we'd like to talk through first. The first one being the minute one that the panel issued, seeking some further information from staff in response to the accesses lines. We received early this morning a tabled comment from Mr. McIntosh, informed by the Mr. Walt Denley's Land Development Engineering Manager of Council's recommendation there, appreciating that you may not have had a time to look at that. We were thinking that it might be good for Mr. McIntosh to briefly introduce that now.
Okay.
As a procedural matter, and then we can get your response. Does that sound okay to you?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McIntosh, would you please be able to walk us through your response to minute one around access sites to physical calls?
Certainly. Let me just bring it up myself. Apologies, commissioners, just getting organised here. So would you like me to just sort of read through it, or how do you want me to?
Perhaps a high-level summary of who you spoke to, what the issue is, what the recommendation was, and your planning response to that.
Sure.
Be helpful.
Okay.
We don't need a word for word at this point. Thank you.
Sure. I spoke to Walt Denley. council's development engineering manager, and I understand that he had a meeting with one or several of council's roading staff on the matter. The long and short of it is those staff and myself are all in agreement that it's the applicant's sort of response to remove the request for consent for the sightline breaches isn't the best planning outcome in this case. The fact is that some breaches of sightline standards are still anticipated, and that's a direct consequence of the subdivision and the topography of the site. And so it's our opinion that it would be appropriate to understand what those breaches are, where they occur and the scale of them, and to be able to then put appropriate mitigation in place through this subdivision consent. And in terms of what that mitigation might involve, typically that could involve controls on neighbouring sites. So if one lot has a sightline breach, then there may be a consent notice, for example, imposed on a neighbouring site that controls where they can put landscaping, structures, even potentially, the design of their own driveway and any landform modification, which could potentially exacerbate the sightline breaches. So it's our opinion that it's quite important that that matter be dealt with now through this subdivision consent. If it isn't, and it's deferred to those later landowners, then the ability for them to mitigate the effects of those sightline breaches is going to be constrained by the fact that the opportunity to impose consent notices on adjoining sites, for one thing, will, that opportunity will be lost at that point. And also, I think now at this subdivision stage is the opportunity for the developer, when they're doing all of their civil works, to actually design driveways that in the first instance ideally avoid these issues, and if they cannot be avoided, then design them in a manner that any potential effects are minimized. On that note, I'd just like to point out that I mean, this is probably skipping ahead a little bit, but in terms of conditions, I don't think there really are any conditions yet stipulating that the developer needs to install driveways, nor is there a consent notice advising future landowners of the need for them to construct driveways in accordance with standards. And that's sort of jumped out at me quite late in this piece as an anomaly for CODC. And I think this discussion's an opportunity to rectify that one way or the other.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McIntosh. I'll just check if we have any questions for you at this point.
Just one point of clarification. When you say there's no conditions for the developer to install driveways, do you mean the full driveway or do you mean the crossing place?
I meant the crossing place, apologies.
Hey, so Ms. Everly, did you see a copy of the printout?
I have, thank you.
Copy the hard copy.
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm mindful that Mr. Carr hasn't heard any of that discussion. He's currently travelling, so as soon as he's able to get off a plane and connect with us, he will be online.
Okay.
He probably hasn't had the opportunity to consider the response to the minute at all. So that might be something that we haven't had an opportunity to discuss with Mr. Woodward either. So it might be something that we need to come back to you on later in the course of the hearing.
That's no problem at all. So for a moment, moment, we'll put this aside for the moment and we'll follow your lead there on when your witnesses are ready and able to talk to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lovely. Thank you.
If I can just interject there as well, I have asked Mr. Denley if he would be available, and he's advised that either himself or one of his staff members can be made available. So if we could, I suppose, narrow down the scheduling of when the landscape, when the transport evidence is going to be dealt with, then I can liaise with the council staff and make sure they're online as well or in the building.
Thank you. I note in the hearing timetable, we do have a morning tea adjournment scheduled at 10:30. So that could be an appropriate time for the applicant team to perhaps discuss process. And on the back of morning tea, we can then talk about process or timing for that. Okay, so Mr. McIntosh, if you could just let Mr. Denley know that it's likely to be either after morning tea or after lunch.
Sure.
Thank you. We also have a tabled letter from FENS, which we have read. The letter indicates that FENS is in complete support of the proposed conditions that are put forward with the applicant. So, yeah, we've read that and we will take note of that in the process. We undertook a site visit yesterday afternoon. We met with Mr. Van der Velden from Cherry Corp at the site, and he very kindly drove us through the site and pointed out key features of the proposal. We're most grateful for his assistance. It's tremendously helpful to have someone on site helping us wayfind that area and just really getting a sense of that environment. So thank you very much for organising that for us. One observation that we do have is that when we were in the area, the RLA 6 area, we observed just 3 profile poles along that entire area. And so it did leave us without a clear understanding of the extent of future built form on that area. So we're raising that now because it would really assist us if when Mr. Milne presents his landscape evidence, that he could really carefully take us through the graphic attachments so that we can gain a very clear understanding of where that built form will be in that particular area. It was quite difficult to ascertain from just three poles along that whole stretch. And we would like, I guess, a little bit of commentary on why there were only 3 poles as well, if that was...
I think there are probably more than 3 poles, is that correct? But Mr. Milne can take you through that. Yeah.
Thank you. And depending on when we adjourn the hearing today, we will likely go back after having heard the landscape evidence and having heard from Council's landscape input. We'll probably likely go back to the site. That will be helpful for us, I think, and have a look around those viewpoint representatives as well. Thank you. So I did have on my list of procedural matters the potential adjournment. However, we have Mr. Woodward here now, so if everything goes well, we will hear from the planners today as scheduled. Are there any other matters that you would like to raise? Any other parties, procedural matters at this point?
No, perhaps if I could just address the schedule order of the applicant's witnesses.
Yes.
So what I had anticipated that we would do is that I would present legal submissions. We would then hear from Mr. Croft,
Yes.
then Mr. Buchanan and Mr. Carr, Mr. Colgrave, and then Mr. Milne and Mr. Woodward.
Thank you. Just a note. Oh, yes.
I was going to say, I'll let you finish. Sorry, I was going to turn to legal submissions, but if you...
Oh, right. I was going to say just a note that we are being recorded today, just as a procedural note. And that's all matters that we have to raise procedurally. So that brings us to the applicant's case, and over to you, Ms.
Thank you. I've pre-filed legal submissions, and I understand that you've had an opportunity to read those. So I don't propose to take you through word by word. I will focus on the key areas of divergence between the council and the applicant. This application, as we've covered, concerns the provision of an additional 44 lots within the Shannon Farm development at Ripon Vale Road. Shannon Farm was enabled through Plan Change 14, a private plan change that introduced a site-specific zoning of Rural Resource Area 5. It has its own objective policy, a structure plan, and a range of other rules and controls. There's also an existing subdivision consent for the full 160 lots anticipated by Plan Change 14. It's now proposed that additional lots be provided through intensification of areas identified as rural lifestyle areas, or RLA 3 and 4, and through additional lots within RLA 6. In the legal submissions, we've addressed the statutory framework and the case law guidance on undertaking those assessments. I don't propose to take you through that. It'll be well known to the commissioners, I expect. There are those 5 areas of divergence that I intend to address you on. They are landscape and amenity effects within RLA 6, rural character, assessment against objectives and policies of the district plan, relevance of the MPSUD, and precedent and plan integrity. Turning first to landscape assessments within RLA 6. First of all, there is a large degree of agreement between the landscape experts in terms of RLA 3 and 4, so I'm intending just to park those in terms of legal submissions. But for RLA 6, there's a divergence of views there. When you are weighing those views, I would emphasise that Mr. Milne has extensive experience and familiarity with this site. He's been working on it for, I think, over 9 years now. He's engaged with 3 different council appointed landscape experts, and in each case has had need to consider and weigh their assessments. The applicant does have some concerns in relation to Ms. Harshi's assessment, and that arises from the fact that she initially assessed that the some of the RLA 6 development would be visible from Cromwell. And while that's been corrected in her report, there's been no other change to her conclusions, and the applicant would have expected that a change in the visibility of those lots, particularly from Cromwell, would have altered the assessment of effects. Mr. Milne's assessment is based on his detailed understanding of the landform, the values and the visibility of the site, and he takes you through that in his evidence. And so in my submission, his evidence should be preferred. I also just wanted to highlight the issue we're considering, which is effects on the significant amenity landscape, the SAL. It's not an ONL. There's no district plan framework about what the values of that SAL are or how they're to be managed, other than to defer to section 7C of the RMA. I'd also highlight that there's been no submissions, despite this being publicly notified, in terms of concerns about amenity effects. And so I'd say that goes to the weight that you give to this issue of effects on the SAL in your overall determination. In respect of rural character, I'll address that only briefly to make the point that rural character can, vary from place to place. And here, rural character should be assessed based on the existing environment, which includes the Plan Change 14 and the consented subdivision that's already in place. The applicant's evidence is that the rural character will be maintained. While there's some intensification and extension of the rural lifestyle development, the resulting lots remain within the range anticipated within Shannon Farm, and other provisions that seek to protect rural character or provide for rural character, including the rural lifestyle productive areas that are towards the entrance to Shannon Farm, and other built form and design controls are retained. Turning to the assessment against objectives and policies of the district plan, And the principles that evolved through case law for undertaking that assessment, there's a balancing of having a fair appraisal of the provisions in the round, and also giving weight to directive or specific provisions. There are some avoid policies here, and when you're assessing those, case law directs that they should be interpreted in light of what's to be protected, not just avoid on their face, but in light of what they're seeking to achieve, and that the direction to avoid is satisfied where there are no material adverse effects. In my submission, Mr. Woodward's approach to assessment of the plan provisions, particularly the site-specific objective 4.3.10 and policy 4.4.18, is more consistent with that court direction and should be preferred. In terms of the MPS UD, the definition of urban environment in my submission and the MPS UD is broad. It requires consideration of the housing and labour market, and it may include areas which are not urban zoned in themselves. In our submission, Cromwell meets the definition of urban zoning and relying on Mr. Colgrave's evidence, and the site forms part of that urban environment. We set out our reasoning in an appendix because it takes quite a lot to get through how we get to that conclusion. But the resulting point is that in our submission, the MPS UD is relevant to this matter, and the panel should have regard to its policy direction around sufficient development capacity, housing choice, and providing for responsive planning decisions. On precedent and plan integrity, in my submission, no material precedent or plan integrity issue arises here, and that's largely circumstantial. These are site-specific provisions. They only apply to the Shannon Farm site, and we already have a subdivision consent that sits over the whole site, and we're talking about some amendment to the later stages of that. So on that basis, my submission, those plan integrity issues don't arise. In terms of the road crossing sightline issues, I will come back to you on that. I appreciate having briefly looked at Mr. McIntosh's response that the particular issue that we are considering is protection of sightlines over adjoining properties. My submissions as filed don't particularly address that, so I will give that some further consideration along with the applicant's witnesses. In terms of conditions, those are largely agreed. Some refinements are addressed in Mr. Buchanan's evidence. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Lively. We do have questions for you, so we'll go through those now. My first question relates to the Port Otago case law and in the departure from a directive policy. So I'm wondering if you could assist our understanding, please, of that case law in terms of, does that case law make a distinction between high-level policy and more kind of precise and specific policy in terms of how that balancing should and can apply?
I'm not sure that I can specifically with reference to that Port Otago case law. I would like to just consider that further and perhaps address that in reply. But yes, there is case law that says that specific and directive policies can take precedence in exceptional circumstances, but that needs to be undertaken as part of a contextual analysis about where those policies sit within the plan. And so here we're talking about particular limbs in a policy that sits under an objective. And so we would say that those policy limbs need to be considered in relation to the outcome that the objective is seeking.
Yes. Yeah. And then just talk me through from that legal perspective, a policy constraint, can that be balanced out by a merits assessment? That's kind of the feeling I'm getting from
Yeah.
perhaps the argument you've put forward.
Yeah.
And
I-
I'm just not sure how that sits within established case law.
Yeah, so it will always be that we're inconsistent with those limbs of the policy. I think it's a question about how much weight you are giving to those particular policy limbs, whether you're saying they are so important that an inconsistency with one or two of those policy limbs means you are inconsistent with or contrary to the provisions of the plan as a whole. And we would say that's not the case. I appreciate it bringing an effects argument into that, but I think that's in assessing what is the objective and undertaking that assessment of the objective.
In terms of outcome.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
right. Okay. Thank you. In terms of policy 4418Q4B.
Yeah, I might just, sorry, see if I can just put that in front of me.
This relates to the set of criteria and it specifically relates to a dwelling that avoiding subdivision in the area outside of the no-build area unless a dwelling has been approved under Rule 4.7.4 to be done on each of the lots proposed to be created.
Mhm.
And I was interested in if that particular clause has been addressed by in any evidence that's been presented to us.
I think Mr. Woodward might address it. I'm trying to recall, but essentially you can put buildings in this location. My recollection is as a discretionary activity, and then you could subdivide around those buildings without offending the policy through that limb.
Okay, that's probably something we'll want to talk through with Mr. Woodward
Mhm.
in a little bit more detail.
Mhm.
Okay, do you have any questions on that?
Would be interested to hear why that policy pathway wasn't enacted in this. There does seem to be a clear
Yeah.
intending pathway if you did follow that policy.
I think, yeah, what it would require is that, obviously the dwellings are consented first, and that would, require some knowledge about what that dwelling's going to look like. It means it would essentially be consented by the developer, rather than by a future landowner.
In Mr. Woodward's evidence, he raises a matter around a certificate of title being changed.
Mhm.
And I wanted to ask you if that created any procedural issues in terms of notification, if people it was an incorrect CT reference.
Yes.
And can you
No,
talk us
I
through
don't
that?
think it does. My understanding was that was as a result of the subdivision that is occurring, and so the identification of the site hasn't changed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's more of a minutiae
Yes.
detail.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you for confirming that. I wanted to just make sure I didn't forget that detail with you. In terms of in paragraph 59, in paragraph 59, you talk about the Calverley White District Council case. And I wondered if you could talk us through the nature of the policies in that case compared to context that we're working in.
Certainly. So in that case, the particular policy that was offended was related to a right of way. And so in that case, the Corp held that was just one policy really to be considered in the round. It wasn't particularly directive in terms of the assessment of the proposal as a whole in terms of consistency with objectives and policies. That case does have the useful discussion that goes through the Queenstown Central and POW cases, and as I was discussing before, that idea of a contextual analysis.
Yes, so in that sense, there's not kind of there's not been a helpful guidance for us in terms of having a specific zone framework with directive provisions from that case.
No.
Yes, thank you. In terms of the MPSUD,
Mhm.
you have obviously a lot of work into discussing that and ultimately firstly trying to determine whether or not there's an urban environment under that definition. Are you aware of any decisions on resource consents in the area where there has been a determination on whether or not Cromwell is urban environment under that definition?
No, I haven't reviewed specific resource consent decisions. I'm not aware of any.
If we find in someone's evidence that they thought it might be more of a decision that was made by a council outside of an RMA process.
And
And
yeah, the MBS doesn't kind of provide particular direction about that. I appreciate that in individual consent, it's often in the decision not really determinative of whether it is an urban environment. I think even through PC 19, the panel took the approach of assessing sort of taking guidance from the MPSUD, but not making a clear determination in terms of whether CODC was a tier 3. So yeah.
the difference with PC 19 and this site is that PC 19 was promulgating residential zones
Mhm.
and intensification of residential area.
That's right. Mhm.
Area.
Yeah, it is, yes. But we would say still clearly part of the Cromwell housing and labour market, and therefore relevant when considering what that urban environment is, and looking also at this I guess the scope of the spatial plan and the areas that were considered through that.
In terms of plan integrity, so I've understood your submissions and your summary today that because there are unlikely to be follow-on applications of this nature.
Yeah.
That in your submissions that falls away as an issue.
Yeah.
Is plan integrity broader than that, in the sense that irrespective of future like applications,
Yeah.
does precedent also cover the integrity of a specific and bespoke suite of provisions, that if you undermine, that might be undermined here, could it be undermined elsewhere in the application of the plan? Is that a relevant matter for us to consider?
I think it could be and it's an other matter under section 104. I think that depends on where you get to in terms of the assessment against objectives and policies as well. There's obviously some very careful consideration of those through the evidence.
In relation to your paragraph 29, you're just discussing areas of disagreement. And it was in relation to adverse effects. You said the application are no more than one, and particularly when assessed against the planning and environmental context. This has evolved since plan change 14 was approved. I was just interested to know what you were talking about when you're talking about the planning context.
Yes, so obviously there's been growth in Cromwell since that time. There's you will have seen some activity heading out in the Ripponvale Road area. There is quite a lot of rural residential subdivision and new dwellings occurring in there. So I think that's what I was really referring to there. For the panel's knowledge, so that you're not surprised if you hear about that later, there is also a fast track application for the area that is the cherry orchard between the State Highway and the Shannon Farm that has been accepted for referral. So there is no substantive application yet, and so it doesn't yet form part of the existing environment that you assess against, but wouldn't want you to be surprised to hear about that later and wonder why it hadn't been brought to your attention. Yeah.
Could you just repeat that again?
So the area of land between the State Highway and Shannon Farm.
Sorry, not part of the Shannon Farm structure plan.
No. It does cover the horticultural area in the structure plan, but none of the rural lifestyle areas.
Would be good to understand that one if we've got some visuals up.
Certainly, Mr. Milner will be able to point out where they are if we can get some visuals.
Yes, we did have a question on that, didn't we? Around whether there was, because it's such a busy environment in the fast track space up here.
Yes,
we were wondering if there was.
Yeah. So there is, a fast track referral has been accepted for a mixture of residential and together with a commercial industrial precinct.
It was only accepted last week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Isn't it? That's going to be not rural lifestyle, that will be
Residential.
residential and commercial.
Who's the applicant for the fast track?
It's Ripon Investments and Ripon Holdings, who are related entities to NZ Cherry Corp.
Right. The second one, Ripon
Holdings and Ripon Investments.
Thank you. It would be good to understand that just for contextual purposes.
Yeah.
Obviously, as you say, it's not part of the receiving environment that we have in front of us, but always just good to understand that. Thank you. I did have a question just for clarity as we move through this process. Obviously, there is this key disagreement around RLA 6. And so the panel we are interested to know how integral that component is to the entire application in front of us. If the panel was to find that the RLA 6 area was contrary and could not proceed for whatever reason, if that was the case, is it an all or nothing application?
I haven't taken instructions on that, but
There is flexibility.
and I would say that in terms of the application, that the two aren't so intertwined that one part couldn't proceed without the rest. In fact, there is existing subdivision consent over the RLA 3 and 4 areas already that would be intensified, and so I would see that it could be isolated from the rest of the application.
Perhaps we can just return to that once you've had a chance to discuss. It's just quite good to know what we've got in front of us, and just while we've got a lot of evidence to hear today, but perhaps we might revisit that.
Yeah, thank you.
a point of clarification at your paragraph 56. Discussing, referring to Mr. Woodward's evidence and things that he concludes whether it's consistent with those more direct.
That's probably an oversimplification of his evidence. Yes, thank you. There are elements that he agrees it's not consistent with some of those limbs, but consistent on the round. Yeah.
I had a question for you at paragraph 52 of your legal subs. You're talking about what does avoid mean? And in the inverse adherence, and you're referring there to policies 4418C and Q. And I noted there that you've not referred to clause A, which is require. That fall into a similar camp as avoid and adherence. Yeah.
Yes, I think it does. I think it's similarly directive. We've generally held avoid to be the sort of the most directive. I would say it's a similar level of.
And adhere,
Yeah.
they're quite similar in their semantic meaning,
Yeah.
aren't they? Yeah. Okay, thank you. It's good to clarify that.
I did have some just in relation to 72, 73, 74, which relate to Mr. Carr's evidence and this access. Which in place with which I'll just leave go.
Yes, and I had approached that really of thinking about the location of the accessway on the particular lot and probably hadn't considered broadly enough the protection of sightlines on adjoining lots. But yes, that's something we can consider further and come back to you on.
Well, that brings us to the end of our questions of you on your
Thank
legal
you.
submissions for now. We may return to
Mhm.
some of those themes as we move through the day.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. But over to you now to hand over to Mr. Croft.
So what I've done with each of the witnesses, with the exception of Mr. Carr, is I've had them prepare a very brief summary or statement of the evidence that I have copies of, so that they could quickly speak to that and then go to questions.
That's helpful.
No, but I can take this beers. Thanks.
Mr. Croft.
So my, as Sarah said, I've prepared a very brief summary of my evidence. My name is Paul Stewart Croft. I've prepared a brief of evidence dated the 23rd of July 26, addressing the history, development, market demand, infrastructure investment, and continued evolution of the Shannon Farm development in relation to the application. My qualifications and experience are set out in my statement of evidence. Shannon Farm was established through Plan Change 14 as a comprehensively planned rural lifestyle development intended to provide residential living opportunities while protecting important landscape and amenity values. I was closely involved in the conception, planning, rezoning and approval of Shannon Farm, including through the council process and subsequent Environment Court proceedings that established the Rural Resource 5 and associated structure plan. Through that process, considerable attention was given to landscaping, visual amenity outcomes, including the extension of the outstanding natural landscape areas and identification of no-build areas within the SLA and the rural lifestyle production areas, and directing development towards internal parts of the site. Since approving Plan Change 14, subsequent investment has been made in delivering that vision, including roading, drinking water infrastructure, landscaping, recreational amenities, and residential allotments. The applicant has gained extensive practical experience implementing the development and understanding purchasers' preferences. Strong and sustained market demand has been demonstrated through the sale of the initial stages of the development and significant investment made by local building companies, including Barrett Homes. The demand is particularly focused on allotments between 1,500 to 3,000 squares, reflecting purchasers' preferences for lifestyle living opportunities that balance amenity, privacy, and land management requirements. In my view, Shannon Farm continues to offer a distinct product within the Cromwell market. The application seeks a modest increase in allotment yield within an area already identified and planned for development. It builds on a framework established through Plan Change 14. It makes efficient use of existing and planned infrastructure, including water, wastewater, stormwater, roading, utility networks that have already been delivered or designed to service future stages of the development. In my opinion, the proposal represents a logical and appropriate evolution of Shannon Farm and is the most appropriate use of the land. It does not alter the fundamental planning frameworks established with Plan Change 14, nor does it see landscaping, open space, recreational or productive land outcomes that underpin the development. Rather, it reflects the practical experience gained through implementation, evolving market demand, and the opportunity to provide additional rural lifestyle living opportunities within an area already planned and serviced for development. For those reasons, I support the application.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. It's a very clear submission for us today. Thank you very much. My question was around, clearly you've got a lot of experience with this site and you've been through Plan Change 14.
Yep.
So you'll know the issues pretty closely. And I guess I'm interested in hearing from you around your understanding of why the structure plan
Yep.
landed on one lot for that area.
Yep. Yep.
And if kind of future flexibility was intended,
Yep.
why
Yep.
why that area wasn't
Yep.
why it wasn't more clearly stated that that area would be.
Yep.
So from your perspective, what would you say there?
Yeah. Well, it's a long story. It goes back to the original application where the commissioners couldn't agree, well, didn't go with the evidence around landscaping. So we had Tony was our landscaper, Ben Espy was council's landscape expert. The commissioners chose to agree with neither of the landscape experts and overrode their own expert. And they declined the decision in that area for that reason. We went to Environment Court and Ben Espy couldn't defend the decision that the commissioners came up with. So they engaged another landscape person to defend that decision. It was a 4.5-year process. It cost us in excess of $2 million. We went to Environment Court, we mediated, and it wasn't the outcome that we agreed with. It wasn't the outcome, but it was a commercial decision that we made. And it was important to us at the time that we protected some of the SLA where the no build area was, but the rest of it was always going to be available potentially for a future application if it existed down the track.
In terms of your vision.
And our vision, yes. But what's probably happened since that as well, I mean, you're focusing on the landscaping side of it, but probably one of the other biggest parts of it is the market. You know, we had our vision initially, what the master plan was going to look like. It wasn't our master plan, it was a mediated master plan. And then essentially, the market started to talk to us. So we've started the first stage, done 49 sections, 45 have been sold. We've got 12, 11 house builders, big building companies coming in. And they're talking to us and saying, look, we want smaller sections. We like the rural amenity of it. It's still keeping the rural side of it. But having big sections is not where we want. And so talking to what the market wants, so you can go through landscape architects and rural urban planners, but ultimately it's what the market wants. And so we've seen a real shift in what the market's asking for. They're asking for still the larger sections, but not so big because they are a hassle to look after and maintain. But it's just an evolution of every project. If you look at our other projects, and I was talking about last night, we've got a very large project called Ravenswood in North Canterbury. It's 1,500 sections. And when we first looked at that, we had lots of 800 square metre sections and we couldn't sell them. There was no market for it, you know. And then all of a sudden I said, well, why don't we make them 400 square metre sections? And then all of a sudden they sold like hotcakes within a few seconds. We had a Yorkhurst project that we brought in receivership and they had sections that were 150 square metres and they might have made lots of money on a piece of paper, but they didn't make money in reality. So we actually increased them to 300 square metres, but that was based on the market. So every development I've been involved in, whether it's Peninsula Bay in Wanaka, Riverside Park in Albertown, which we've done 1,000 sections in Wanaka, the original master plan and the final master plan have never been the same. they evolve, and they evolve with the market and what the market wants. And this is what, this is about very strongly. It's about what the market's wanting. So I've tried to answer your original question around go back to history, but I think it's also important to understand that things evolve and change with the market as well.
It's great. Thank you.
So just in terms of the market, is it, I think it's more that people want smaller sections because to maintain a larger one, etc., or is it more a price? It's expensive.
Well, it's probably a bit of both, to be honest. There is a market. There's a big market for 400 smaller sections in every town, right? Equally, there's also a market for larger sections, and we're seeing that clearly, for Shannon Farm. The price point does become an issue at some point. So if you're looking at the moment, our 2,000 square metre sections with a house on it are probably going to end up being end value 2.2 million. A bigger section that will say 8,000 squares that had a much larger land value associated with it, the end product's going to be probably closer to $4 million or a much higher number. And Cromwell probably can't sustain that value, in my opinion. I'm no expert, but it's just my personal opinion. So I think there is both. There is a price as well as people like a lot of people are sick of the 400 square metre sections for they're handing out next to the neighbour, and they want some bigger lifestyle. But then also people realise actually mowing grass all weekend it might be fun for a year, but in reality, it's not.
2,000 square metres sections to the market for this particular development.
Yeah. So in the first stage, we have 3,000 square metre sections already. And they sell well. Anything below that 3,000 is what the market is telling us. So in the stage that we have now, the average section size is 2,000 squares, but it ranges from 1,500 to 3,000 squares, and that's a condition of the current zoning rules in the area.
Any of those areas where there's 4,000 square metre sections?
The current stage that we're about to release actually has an 8,000 square metre section in it, but we don't know whether that's just about to be released. What we're hearing from the builders, and builders are our main purchaser, is they want smaller. The 2,000 to 3,000 squares is their preferred price point.
And to your knowledge, this is could be a planning question, but we'll ask it in a more technical way when we talk to Mr. Woodward. But you obviously understand the market very, very well, and there is. I'm just interested in your view of the large lot residential is provided within the district, and whether is that kind of a comparable size to what you were looking at here in the RLA 6? Are you across that kind of
probably not. I mean, what we are proposing, they are bigger sections. They are bigger in nature. I'm not aware of anything similar, especially from a master plan perspective. I mean, I believe that Shannon Farm is the only subdivision that is master planned of the scale to provide larger lots throughout the district.
Thank you. And I think you've got that in your written submission, a written evidence. Thank you, Mr. Croft. That is very clear. Thank you for answering our questions. And at any point during the hearing, are you here the whole day?
I should leave at 1:30.
We're leaving at 1:30. Okay. So if we think of anything we want to ask you, we'll make sure we do it before then.
I have my sister's 60th birthday tonight in Wellington, so
lovely.
Yeah, shot if I don't attend.
A special, significant milestone.
Yep.
Right. Thank you for your time today, Peter.
The next witness is Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Roy Buchanan.
Just a moment, we'll just get the papers in front of us and I'll bring up
Yeah.
your evidence statement. Some paper and files, screens. Okay, thank you. Mr. Buchanan, we're ready for you now.
Thank you. My name is Roy Buchanan. I've prepared a brief evidence dated the 23rd of July 26, addressing the surveying and engineering matters associated with this application. My qualifications are in my statement of evidence. The key issues and conclusions. We have undertaken work to update the subdivision plan to reflect the consented 9-lot development that occurred approved after the submission of this application. Those lots fall within 1003 and 1004. And we have also updated the plan to include identified building platforms on all proposed allotments and incorporate the required amendments to the easement schedules to reflect servicing and access arrangements. I consider the plans submitted now accurately reflect proposed development. In relation to firefighting water supply, in response to the FENS submission, we undertook an assessment of the firefighting capacity and access and hose run requirements in accordance with PAS 4509. The Shannon Farm development already benefits from significant water infrastructure and firefighting capacity, which was essentially upgraded through the stage 1 development to provide for future development within the site as well as the wider Ripon Vale Road catchment. I can conclude that firefighting is available and anywhere that hose run distances cannot be achieved from hydrants within the roading network, either the reticulated network would be extended, the private right-of-ways, or a supplementary firefighting supply would be provided. I reviewed the Section 42A report and I generally agree with the conclusion reached in servicing capacity and engineering matters. However, I've made several amendments to the proposed conditions to better reflect the approved development design and applicable engineering standards, mostly just for clarity. These reflect the Central Otago District Council Code of Practice as well as PAS 4509. Overall, I am satisfied that the proposed subdivision can be appropriately serviced and developed and that the matters raised in the FENS submission as well as Council's engineers can be satisfactorily addressed through detailed engineering conditions and can be essentially dealt with at the time of the engineering approval.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. I'll just note again that we've read and received the FENS tabled document today, which supports the amended proposed conditions. So there doesn't appear to be any outstanding issues there. I did have a question for you around whether you've actually viewed the updated proposed conditions that Mr. Woodward circulated.
Yes.
You have?
Yep.
Okay, so all of the track changes you've seen, you're happy that all the issues are addressed in that version of conditions?
That's correct. Yep.
Thank you. All my questions.
I was just going to double check. So we now have revision H.
This application will be H.
Yes.
Yep.
And differences between G and H. The ones you just ran through.
Yeah, so the revision that was originally submitted was prior to approval of those additional 9 lots. So we have updated the plan to reflect that current consented baseline.
One thing I noticed, and I might have just missed it. I didn't see number lot 507 on the plan. Saw it on an earlier iteration. It's dropped off. elevation conditions and it's.
Those are the two lots. The road that goes up to the top of the site. Yeah, there's two lots being combined. Yeah.
So it's 502 the lot that is.
Okay, we can rectify that. Yeah. Yeah, it's the opposite side of the road. So yeah, the label looks like it's on walkabout somewhere. We can address that. Yeah, the opposite side of the road to 501.
So I'm just looking at the clock. It's just past 10. And I can see probably Mr. Carr is online and you wouldn't have had a chance to speak to him.
I haven't had a chance to speak to him, and I said he might be next. I was wondering if we might go to Mr. Colgrave next, and then we could maybe take the morning adjournment to just give me an opportunity to catch up with Mr. Carr.
That works
Yeah.
well for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just get our paperwork sorted, Mr. Colgrave.
And I have a summary statement.
Apologies, but we can't seem to hear Commissioner Meg very well. I think it's when you're leaning too far back, it's not picking it up.
Thank you for letting us know. Are there some questions in particular you were unable to make out? Or
No, it's fine from my perspective, but I just know that it just kind of cut out during a few of the questions. So I'm
Okay.
just thinking going forward if we miss something.
Thank you. We'll make sure we're both leaning forward and speaking nice and clearly and loudly.
The microphone is that box just there, so you have to kind of.
You might have to lean in there. This justice is sitting further down the table, so.
And I'm probably looking down, reading what I've got here.
Could I just ask that you clarify what that point was that Commissioner Justice just raised in terms of the plans?
Well, it was a missing number on lot 502.
Okay.
As iteration of the plans.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colgrave. We're ready for you now.
Thank you. My name is Fraser James Colgrave. There's some evidence on 23rd of July addressing economic matters. My qualifications and experience I set out in that statement. The application seeks consent for 44 additional residential lots within the existing master plan Shannon Farm development that has already been zoned, serviced and consented for such purposes. In economic terms, the proposal simply right sizes the product to match current demand. Cromwell is one of the fastest growing places in the South Island, with the population and its jobs growing by 4.7% and 4.9% annually since 2013, respectively. New dwelling consents over the past decade have also been nearly double the 2000s. Council's own projections expecting the ward to grow from about 9,840 residents in 2021, 14,200 in 2034, and over 20,000 by 2054. On these numbers, Cromwell already anchors a housing and labour market of more than 10,000 people. So I consider that it is, or is intended to be, part of an urban environment under the NEC. However, the economic merits of the proposal do not depend on that classification for two reasons. First, there is a clear and current demand for the section sizes proposed. Of the 1,020 existing residential and lifestyle properties around Cromwell with 1,000 to 100,000 square metres of land, i.e. 10 hectares, nearly half of them are only between 1,000 and 3,000. Shannon Farm sales to date also confirm this trend, with 45 of the first 49 sections sold unconditionally, take up very strong around 15 to 1,700 squares, and as you've already heard, close to a dozen building companies setting up showrooms there. In short, demand for larger sites is heavily concentrated at the small end of the spectrum, which is exactly the segment the proposal targets. So the proposal enables land with limited rural productive potential to be put to higher and better uses, thereby improving economic efficiency. Second, the proposal spreads the cost of infrastructure that is already planned and consented across more households, and it adds competition and a choice to the thin reserve market. Moreover, because the proposal's lots are still much larger than those being delivered by other developments elsewhere in Cromwell, it complements them rather than competing. I also note that focusing the supply within existing service master plan development is more efficient than the realistic alternative, which is ongoing scattered ad hoc subdivision across Cromwell's rural fringe, or demand being lost from the district altogether. Accordingly, I support the application on economic grounds.
Mr. Colgrave, my question for you relates to paragraph 11 of your summary just now. And so here you're saying because the proposal's lots are still much larger than those being delivered by other developments elsewhere, it complements rather than competing. And that comment speaks directly to one of the policy clauses that we have to consider in our decision. And I'm wondering if you could just talk us through that in a little bit more detail. And the reason I'm interested in that is because Mr. McIntosh in his section 42A report has raised a concern that the increased density proposed here would result in a greater number of lots that are comparable in size to those provided for in the large lot residential zone elsewhere in the district. And I'm wondering if you looked at that in any detail.
I haven't looked at that in any detail. I think what I'm talking about here is sort of the supply of the more standard residential sections, 4, 6, 800 squares. So, most of the developments that I'm involved with in Queenstown and Temple Otago are traditional residential subdivisions, whereas this is really a significantly bigger average lot than that. I do acknowledge that it's in that rural residential sort of spectrum of size, but I'm not aware of any sort of large master plan developments of that type that are being promulgated at this stage. So those houses exist now and they are part of the environment, but I guess I'm talking about sort of people trying to bring stuff to market right now.
Okay.
What do they bring to market? What do we bring to market? Are we playing in the same area or are we sort of complementing?
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Is that something that you have had to, in your economic evidence for other processes, is that the sort of thing that you sometimes delve into more closely?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, so that does fall within your remit. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah. That might be something we might be interested in hearing a bit more about. So perhaps we can talk to Ms. Everly about that at some point during the process, but obviously it's not something you can talk to us today on, but it's, potentially an aspect we would like further information on.
That would be interesting given that specific policy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to. So I can't probably present it today, and I'm happy to start thinking about and looking at it. So
That would be really helpful.
Yeah.
And then perhaps when we adjourn the hearing, we could easily put it, any other information requests as well, we can put in a minute.
Yes, that's right.
So that might be, so you don't need to be frantically doing that now. So we'll give everyone the appropriate time to be able to undertake that. If we decide we do require that information, we'll convey that clearly in terms of specifically what we need.
Yes, go. I had a question. Your evidence at paragraph 35, you're discussing the policies of the UD.
yes.
And you consider that proposal is consistent with achieving a well-functioning urban environment. I wanted to know if you thought rural lifestyle properties were a component of an urban environment.
I think so. If you look at the definition, it does say predominantly urban. When you look at the definition of an urban environment, so I think it is leaving the door open that within the urban fabric there might be pockets that aren't urban. So do a lot of work with this team and others around Greater Christchurch, for example. And so as soon as you get out of the city, you're on the fringe of Selwyn or Waimak. They're all part of the urban environment, but it's peri-urban and urban and rural, and there's a whole lot of mix there. So I think predominant is the key. So it's predominantly urban, but within that there'll be pockets that aren't. And I think that's just quite normal. I mean, even Auckland, for example, there's parts of that are quite rural.
They are essential component to an urban environment?
I think they are, to the extent that the people who live there will often be part of the economy or the environment. So they might live at Shannon Farm and then work in the urban environment, or vice versa. Someone might even live in the urban parts and then work on a rural fringe property or something like that. So I think when they delineate these, so stats in environment, so it's a urban environmental classification that they've derived, and they use like travel to work and that sort of census information to figure out, you know, you've got your core urban environment, but what parts of the hinterland are functionally part of that same urban environment. And it's quite interesting when you look on a map that functional urban environment often is quite far into the hinterland around the core itself. So it's quite normal for that to be included as part of the urban.
Clarification question when you were discussing the property guru analysis. Are you referring to sections that are on the market now or that are recently?
Oh, no, it's all sections that are there now and developed with property, with housing.
Now, those questions have partly been answered by Mr. Croft, so I have for you.
Just checking in with those online. Are you able to hear Ms. Justice okay? Great, thank you. I have one further question for you, Mr. Colgrave. At paragraph 7 of your summary today, the final statement of that paragraph says, however, the economic merits of the proposal do not depend on that classification for 2 reasons. So what are you saying here? Are you saying that irrespective of the NPSUD, there are positive economic impacts?
Yeah, that's right. They're absolutely independent. So I think the NPSUD to me is just another layer on top that says, look, we've got all these benefits that stand on their own merits. And then in addition to that, we've got a policy direction that's sort of helping us along the way. So they're sort of related, but they stand alone.
Okay, thank you for that. No further questions from me. Thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Colgrave, and we may set out some information that we would like from you following the adjournment of the hearing. Thank you. So it's just on 10:15. Shall we, is that a good time now to break?
It would
for
be,
an
thank you.
adjournment
Yep.
For morning tea? And how long would you like? We've got the whole day, so.
Yeah, 15 minutes is probably fine.
Okay, so perhaps we'll come back here at 10:30 and we'll hear from Mr. Carr.
The car, thanks.
And Dick, would you be able to coordinate with Mr. McIntosh about Mr. Denley
Yeah.
being here as well after morning tea, so around 10:30.
I have also booked a meeting room and reception if you would like private room, discuss anything.
Oh, great, thank you.
You're welcome to stay.
Okay, we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. So we'll resume the hearing. And yes, so we now have council staff here with us. We have Ms. Laverick and Mr. Denley. Thank you so much for your time today. And we have Mr. Carr online. Welcome, Mr. Carr. Thank you for your attendance today. Thank you for your bearing with us with our programming and timeframes.
That's all right, no worries.
Thank you. So, Ms. Everly.
So Mr. Carr doesn't have a summary statement. His original evidence is very brief. So it might be fine just to go straight to questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carr. So you've had an opportunity to read the tabled staff recommendation today around the accesses, deferral of accesses.
Yeah.
Yep, yes.
Yes.
And yes, what are your comments? What are your comments in response, Mr. Carr?
Well, so I thought probably what will be the most helpful is just to make a couple of comments on the statement and then talk you through an example of the situation that we are looking at. Because it's always easier in my mind to actually have a concrete example of the issue rather than trying to talk in nebulous terms. So a couple of quick comments on that statement. And firstly, just to say, I've got a screen to my right-hand side, which I'll be reading from. I did have a Teams hearing where, because I was looking away, there was a query about what I was doing. But in this case, I'm just looking at another screen.
Thank you for telling us that.
The first thing is there's a quote there from Mr. Denley, and I noticed that he talks about properties requiring a maximum available sightline. That is not what the district plan says. The district plan doesn't require a maximum sightline; it requires a minimum sightline, and the difference is important. He's quite correctly saying about halfway down that paragraph that the sight line accounts for both the reaction and the stopping time. So in other words, the time that a driver sees some sort of hazard ahead, and then the time that it takes for a vehicle to be brought to a stop. That's absolutely right. But that's a minimum distance. And in this case, for the posted 50 kilometer speed limit, that distance is 40 meters. There's no benefit in providing a maximum sight distance. So if it was possible to provide 200 meters as a sight distance, it's not necessary. You only need 40 meters to stop that vehicle. And there's actually no evidence in any of the literature that says providing sight lines that are greater than what's needed to stop the vehicle provide any road safety benefit at all. So the first thing to highlight there is that the test of providing a maximum available sight line is not the right one. The second thing that is mentioned is consent notices on properties adjoining those with sightline issues. That's a little bit misleading, I think, because the district plan is specific in saying how sight distances are measured. And they're measured at 3.5 meters back from the edge of the traffic lane at the front of the property. Now, in this case, the road cross sections that we have got show that there is a distance of more than 3.5 meters between the edge of the roadway and the property boundary. So the point of measurement actually lies within the legal road reserve in the vast majority of cases. So we're not talking of a scenario where we've got just a couple of meters between the carriageway and the lot boundary. We have a much greater distance than that.
If I could interject, Mr. Carr, I'm happy to share the screen if you like, if I had permission to, so that you can talk to what you're referring to. Would that be all right?
There's one more point there's one more point just to make before that, though.
Mr. Woodward, if you could just let Mr. Carr complete his presentation, and then perhaps we'll ask him if he could have any assistance, if that would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you. Carry on, Mr. Carr.
Okay, there's one more issue with the sight line, and it's common to all district plans, is that the distance for the sight line in my experience, all of the district plans in the country, is based upon the posted speed limit. Now, if you, in your mind's eye, drive around, for the most part, you'll be traveling at roughly the speed limit. But when you come to a sharp curve, you'll slow down. When you slow down, reduced sight distances can be supported because the sight line is proportional to the vehicle's speeds. District plans throughout the country don't take that into account. The second thing is that when you come to an intersection, you slow down. Some people stop, some people slow down and prepare to stop, but you certainly don't pass through an intersection at 50 kilometers an hour. Firstly, you might collide with another vehicle. Secondly, you actually would lose control of your vehicle because intersections don't work in that way. But technically, the posted speed limit in that location is still 50 kilometers an hour. And so technically, under this and all other district plans, you still have to provide a 40-meter sight distance. again, sightlines are proportional to vehicle speeds. And so in the proximity of a curve or an intersection where the speeds are lower, a lower sight distance can be supported safely. So that's a sort of a necessary outcome of the simplification of a district plan, trying to make it a document that's accessible to all. So Mr. Woodward, if you could share that screen that we previously talked about. What I was hope to do is talk through the commissioners with an example of how it would work in practice without any issues arising.
Yep, no worries, Mr. Carr. I just need to get permission to share the screen. I wonder if that's something that I need to be given.
Thank you. Ms. Dick is just looking at the technical strategy for achieving that. So just bear with us for a few moments, Mr. Woodward.
Thank you.
If it isn't possible, then perhaps the screen could be shared from the hearing, and we can just kind of zoom in.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Carr.
Cool. So just double checking that you can see a screenshot of the subdivision plan with lots 151 and 152. Is that right?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So if we think about the driveway location for, if Mr. Woodward could remove those red lines, that would be great. If we could just look at, say, lot 151. You can see at roughly where it says 10.5 on the boundary, that a driveway in that location, when combined with the curvature of the road, might lead to a scenario whereby part of that sight line slightly crosses the southwestern part of lot 152, because the sight line is measured at 3.5 meters back from the edge of the carriageway and the road curves around. But that isn't the only location where that driveway could be located. It could be located at the southwestern corner of lot 151, where that distance of 40 meters is then achieved. Or if it's not quite achieved, there is a reduction in the prevailing operating speeds due to the curve of the road. And as a result, because of the lower operating speeds, a lower sight distance can be justified. And it's the same situation with lot 152. And if you were to place a driveway on the southeastern corner, you would achieve 40-meter sight distance in every direction. If you were to place that driveway on the southwestern corner, potentially, again, because of the curvature of the road, that sight line might slightly pass across. Please don't change anything. No, please remove the red, because it's confusing. It's not being measured at the right location. Thank you. If you were to place a driveway at the southwestern corner of lot 152, it is possible that, again, because of the curvature of the road, where it says road 006, part of that sight line might go across that area of lot 151 that has the 10.5 within it. But that isn't the only location that you have to put a driveway in for lot 152. You can put it towards the southeast, where you do achieve those distances. And in fact, in practice, most of the frontage of lot 152 has compliant 40-meter sight lines. There's then a short area where further towards the west, where the sight line towards the west is less than 40 meters, but can be supported because of the lower speed due to the curve of the road. And it's only actually at that very southwesternmost corner that there would be issues. So while it would be possible to lock in a driveway location for lot 151 or 152, in my view, it's not necessary. There are multiple locations where complying driveways can be achieved. There are multiple locations where driveways that don't comply can be supported because of the curve of the road and the lower speed that occurs there. And there's only a couple of locations where there would be any difficulties in providing a sight distance that's appropriate for the vehicle speeds. And that's ultimately why I'm comfortable in saying that there isn't a need to lock in locations for driveways for the lots at this stage. In my experience, it's probably about 50-50 between subdivisions that go forwards without driveway locations being specified and those which do. And in my experience, where driveway locations are specified, in a lot of instances, no, that's not quite correct, in a noticeable proportion of instances, when the house design is developed, the landowner or the architect seeks to move the driveway to a greater or lesser degree to make it work with the house design. So it ends up ultimately being self-defeating because the driveway needs to be reassessed anyway. So long and short of it is, yes, it is possible to specify the driveway locations, but having looked at the site, I don't believe that there are any lots where it is a necessary non-compliance for the driveway. And so to that extent, I am comfortable in supporting what we've got, which is not identifying the driveway locations at this stage.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Carr. That was very helpful having the demonstration here and the plan in front of us to see the practical kind of implication of what you're explaining to us. Thank you. I have a couple of questions in terms of what you've talked us through. When you were referring to driver behaviours and approaching corners and reducing speeds, is that not an assumption about driver behaviour that cannot be controlled or cannot be anticipated? And would that explain why across the country the requirements are consistent in terms of safety?
So in thinking, there's a couple of answers. The first thing is the car has physical characteristics. So if you have a tight corner, it's not possible to go through there at high speed. That you lose friction between the wheels and the road surface, and the vehicle is then lost. It's out of control. So that there is automatically a barrier, physical barrier in there, which requires the vehicles to be slowed down. The second thing is that we have an environment in the country where drivers are tested, and we have legislation in place, and drivers have some understanding of that through the road user rules. And those road user rules say that when you are approaching a T intersection, you must slow down and prepare to stop if it's a give-way control, or you must stop if it is a stop control. Those provisions therefore mean that driver speeds must be lower than the posted 50 kilometers an hour. So I suppose literally it would be an assumption, but it's an assumption I think that you can have 100% confidence in, because it's the law of the land. Drivers are aware of it, and there's a law of physics, which means that you can't turn through an intersection at 50 kilometers an hour.
Thank you. That's very helpful. You made a statement around 50% of proposals going through with specified access locations and 50% not. Were you referring there to your experience within this district, or more generally?
I was referring to my general experience. I've probably done, in terms of residential subdivisions, I'm probably into 3 figures for number of resource consents that I've done. But yeah, it's certainly not the scenario where it is the most common way of moving forwards. Some developers prefer to lock in the driveway locations because it's easier than have individual owners break out the curbs to put in drop crossings. They think it looks better to pour the crossing in one go for a brand new subdivision. In Queenstown, where the curbs are at 45-degree faces, they don't look at that. But yeah, it's generally about a 50-50 split in my experience between different residential subdivisions.
Thank you. I'll just check if Ms. Justice has any questions for you.
That, Mr. Carr, my understanding was that the application did seek resource consent to breach the site distance location for access because there were some lots that were incapable of providing access that was compliant with the site distance, the minimum site distance requirement. And based on your presentation just now, you said that there aren't any lots that don't have the ability to comply. I'm a little bit confused.
So the issue is where there is a potential breach. So going back and saying that the speed limit defines the basis of the requirement of the rule in the district plan. 50k speed limit, 40 meter site distance. But where we've got scenarios of reduced speeds, there will be a breach of the rule, but the operating speed of the road reduces, and so what is proposed or what could occur as a site distance would be appropriate for the operating speed. So I apologize if I confused you, but essentially my understanding is that the majority, if not all of the lots, can have complying locations, but where there may be some lots that can't, and that would breach that rule, then the operating speed of the road is lower, so that lower site distances can be supported. The second thing just to highlight is that even if there is a complying location, there might be other reasons why the driveway is located in a deliberately non-complying location. And without one example of that relates to urban design reasons. So it's common in subdivisions for driveways to be located on the southern side of lots because you want to have an outlook towards the north. Even if there is a complying sightline location on the northern side, for urban design reasons, you want to have a driveway somewhere else. So it creates an artificial non-compliance with the rule. But again, that driveway location would then need to be reassessed to make sure it was suitable for the operating speeds.
We're not concerned about situations where a lot owner in the future wants to relocate their lot, and in that situation they had a compliant access. They want to relocate for whatever reason, then the council has the opportunity to assess that one on its merits and has the option to say yes or no. What we're concerned about is lots that they get approved through the subdivision, they don't have the ability to comply site distance for their access. I don't actually know what the operating speed of the environment is going to be in the future at this point in time.
Well, we do know what the operating speed is based in locations where we have curves, because again, there's a formula which can be used which relates the radius of a curve to the operating speed. And again, that comes down to the friction of the road surface only being able to accommodate a certain speed of vehicle that's turning before the vehicle loses traction. So, for example, if we have a curve of a particular radius, plug the numbers into the equation, and we can say what the operating speed in that location is going to be. And that's kind of how things are done for driveways that are in the proximity of curves. But the breach that's being sought, as I understand it, and perhaps Mr. Woodward or Ms. Evely could correct me if I'm incorrect in this, is that there are locations where driveways might be positioned such that the minimum 40 meters sight distance for the posted 50k speed limit would not be achieved. That isn't to say that the sight distance would be inappropriate. There potentially would be locations where it would be inappropriate, but the driveway would be located so that the operating speed of the road was reflected in the reduced sight distance that was provided.
You have a list of the lots that on paper can't comply with the, have an access that complies with the site distance.
Well, just going back to the example, for a particular lot, there are locations that can comply and locations that do not comply but are suitable for the operating speed, and locations that don't comply and that won't be suitable for the operating speed. So there's a mixture for any given lot. There's a mixture of those three different criteria. So we chose that lot 151 because it's a good example of where that's the case. There are certainly lots where you can put a driveway anywhere, but where you have curved roads, it's really common that there are a range of locations which are suitable, a range of locations which are fully complying, and a range of locations that are not suitable and not complying.
I think we'll wait to hear from council's response, but it might be something we need some additional information on.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. We'll now turn to council staff, and we might have some questions for them based on your evidence today. Thank you.
Can I just add one small comment, just from a practical perspective?
Not at this point, no. We'll head to the council staff now, but soon. Hey, thank you for your time, Mr. Denley and Ms. Laverick. So you've obviously consulted with Ollie in the preparation of Mr. McIntosh, I should say, in the development of your recommendation here. We've heard Mr. Carr's response to that. Yes, so first of all, in terms of Mr. Carr's response to your statement about maximum available sightlines, to what extent does that alter or change your advice, your written advice or recommendation to us?
So that advice was given on basis in answering that issued, asking where sightlines cannot achieve 40 metres, whether or not it would be appropriate to consider those vehicle entrances at a later date, or whether or not they should be considered now through this process. And so when we talked about maximising the sight distances, we were talking about maximising any breach in the sight distance at the present time, because after this consent is granted, then you do not have the ability to put a consent notice on adjoining titles that could maximise a breach to the sight distance. So absolutely correct, 40 metres is the standard, and it's the standard for a 50-kilometre road. Operating speeds, that's obviously the legal limit, and acknowledging the Carr's evidence regarding drivers should be obeying the law for those speeds. We all have lots of evidence through our traffic counts where speeds are greatly exceeded. Within our network, all we can do is deal with the stipulation, the rules in front of us in terms of trying to maximize, ensure where we can the 40-metre sight distances, and through this process, proposed consent conditions if necessary, acknowledging that there will be locations where that's obviously not needed. But I guess there's what would be good to see is the assessment of which lots do or cannot meet that assessment and what part of a road frontage they can be met. Because maybe we can detail appropriate locations for all lots and remove the uncertainty of site distances without any present consent notice on neighbouring properties if vehicle crossings are limited to certain frontages for certain properties.
So Mr. Denny, are you saying as part of this process, if you were able to see that information, then you could then provide a technical comment and response in terms of and revise your recommendation based on. Right, okay. Thank you. And Ms. Leverett, are you presenting today or in support of Mr.
Support, so.
Right. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So yes, Ms. Everly, we've heard from both witnesses now. There does seem to be a clear area of divergence in terms of adhering to the standard, the sightline now.
Yeah.
And requiring further detail on that. And I think from the panel's perspective, we're still unsure and we're still uncertain.
Yeah.
What that means. So we would be interested in perhaps receiving that assessment.
Certainly.
And I know that Mr. Croft had a comment that he might like to make now.
Yeah.
Based on that.
It was nothing of any significance, but just, Affinity's built 4,000 sections in the South Island across 4 different councils, and we've never put driveways in because wherever I put it in, it gets ripped up and put somewhere else. It's just a waste of money and expense. So we always leave it up to the individual house owner and builder when they're doing their building consent application for them to determine where the driveways are going to go and for them to get the approvals that are required. So those having 4,000 sections, it's not a but it's from a practical perspective, that's how we deal with it. So.
Appreciate that. From a decision-making perspective, we are tasked with having certainty and understanding the potential effects that might arise. And at the moment, we're uncertain about that. And we don't feel certain enough to accept the applicant's position that go forward with the removal of that aspect from the application. So
thank you for that guidance. Just, I guess, to isolate the issue, I think there's 2 scenarios in play. One is for a particular lot, there is no compliant access point, and I think that seems to be the key issue. For other lots, there are some compliant and some non-compliant potential access ways. I feel like that is, if we put that scenario to one side in terms of our response, are you comfortable with that? Yeah. The issue is there's no compliant. Yeah. How will we manage or mitigate that? Yeah. Thank you for that guidance.
And as Mr. Denley has suggested, an assessment of those which lots cannot comply, and just having that and the clarity around that would be very helpful.
Certainly.
And clearly, in consultation with Mr. Denley, that would be certainly helpful from what I've heard in terms of his ability to then perhaps revise his recommendation, depending on the outcome of that assessment.
And our ability to consider that, on a lot specific basis, I think would really assist. Thank you.
So I'll just note that down as a bit of homework. And also just to record that the applicant no longer is it the position that the applicant no longer withdraws that aspect of the
Yes, I think that it is, because that was our proposed response, but certainly hearing what the council and the commissioners have views on that, and so we will give that some further consideration.
So that's still in scope. We'll set all of this out in a minute, and then you can respond accordingly. Find that issue too. Thank you. So thank you so much for attending today. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Carr.
There we go. So the next witness for the applicant would be Mr. Mill. I have some summaries.
Our papers ready, Mr. Mellon.
It is gold. Thank you.
Mr. Mellon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I can confirm that I am. And paragraphs 1 to 4 in the introduction of my summary, I don't intend to read out. They just say that I've prepared some evidence prior to today. But number 3 there, and I'll just paraphrase it, just outlines my association with the site. Ms. Everly pointed out earlier, has been some 9 years, and that's coming from preparing initial master plan and then evidence for plan change 14 through to involvement in the resource consents, the design and detailing of the current work you see on site. I was also the author of the design guidelines for Shannon Farm. And if I could just elaborate on that a little bit further, in terms of the evolution of the master plan, various master plans, they primarily started with and drive over the site with some lines drawn on some butter paper that has been shared with Mr. Croft whilst driving and walking over the site again. And so it's been a very iterative process to date. And what you see on site is an evolution of that, I suppose, and what we've seen in front of us today in terms of the proposal. Later, I'll talk more to involvement with plan change 14 and can clarify any questions you have on that in terms of how we've come from there to here. Starting at number 5, the application seeks subdivision and land use consent for 44 additional residential allotments at Shannon Farm, increasing the total from 160 to 204. 6 additional lots are proposed in RLA3, 22 in RLA4, and 16 additional residential lots in RLA6. No development is proposed within the outstanding natural landscape or the structure plan no build area. Approximately 36 hectares of RLA6 will remain open pasture. There is substantial agreement between Council's landscape architect, Hershey, and me. Right. She accepts that the RM's methodology is appropriate, that the landscape assessment report comprehensively describes the receiving environment and relevant landscape values, and that the RLA3 and 4 lots are largely internalised within the consented Shannon Farm development. We agree that their adverse landscape and visual effects will be none to very low. Principal disagreement concerns RLA6. I acknowledge that the 17 residential lots will shift the domestic edge and increase domestication. However, I do not consider the change fundamental or unacceptable. The edge will shift by no more than approximately 45 metres, and that's measured to edge of building platforms shown on those lots. And from the selected viewpoints will be seen as a coherent extension of Shannon Farm beside the consented road 001. Rather than as a separate or discordant band of development. The RLA6 lots are confined to the lower and less sensitive slopes. As said before, they avoid the RNL. The upper slopes of the SAL the no build area in its entirety and the historic water race that runs across that slope. These proposed lots are separated from the Leyser range by the by the northern ridge of the site. The balance lot retains the open upper slopes and provides separation from the most sensitive and legible parts of SAL. Due to the separation from the ONL, there will be no direct or indirect adverse effect on this landscape. Development is contemplated in the SAL, and in my opinion, the proposal will maintain the key values of openness, visual coherence, and legibility at the broader landscape scale. From closer viewpoints, the RLA6 development will be apparent. From mid and longer range viewpoints, it will be seen as a coherent extension of the consented development and the established Cromwell Basin landscape. I assess the adverse landscape and visual effects arising from the proposed RLA6 lots as low to low moderate. My assessment does not rely on screening as a substitute for openness. These effects are appropriately managed by building controls, curtilage controls, post and wire fencing requirements, naturalized planting requirements, and the retention of the upper slopes remaining open. Openness is maintained through the location and containment of development and retention of open pasture land on approximately 36 hectares of the RLA6 across the upper slopes. And just to note there, the band of proposed lots in RLA6 add up to about 5.7 hectares of land. So when we do some maths there, about 13.8% coverage of that RLA6. Earthworks must be carefully managed, particularly in LA6, with detailed design, contouring, planting, and the proposed conditions. I consider that prominent earthwork batters can be avoided, landform appropriately integrated. Controlled nighttime lighting will have very low to low cumulative effects. Knowledge that the proposal departs from the structure plan and is inconsistent with limited limits of policy 4.4.18. However, I do not consider the proposal to create a homogeneous rural lifestyle pattern or significant adverse rural character effects. Bulk and most visible parts of SAL slope will remain open, legible, and free of built development. I consider this achieves their overall purpose and RRA5 policy intent of maintaining the values of SAL. In this case, its legibility, open, and natural character. Rural character depends on open space, buildings, vegetation, fencing, and curtilage, not lot size alone. I consider that the rural character of Shannon Farm will be maintained with the open space network, productive areas, no build area, and upper slopes remaining unchanged. Therefore, it is my opinion, from the perspective, the proposal achieves the overall intent of the Rural Resource Area 5 framework. It avoids the most sensitive areas, retains substantial open land, and applies existing landscape controls, thereby maintaining the legibility and open and natural character values of LA6, pretty much repeating what I said in 12 of my summary. Overall, the proposal is a carefully located and controlled intensification. Does not need to be avoided within SAR, with the lower aspect, particularly outside the no build area, having capacity to absorb some development as demonstrated by the anticipated subdivision already present within the SAL, RLA2, RLA3, RLA4, and RLA5 areas of overlap. The fact that Ms. Hershey generally supports the intensification of RLA3 and LA4 areas as proposed by this application. Proposal will result in a coherent lower edge to LA6 while maintaining the openness and legibility of the broader SAL and the relationship in the Cromwell Basin floor, the lower foothills, Leyser range. I'm of the opinion the proposal can be appropriately integrated into the receiving environment and that adverse landscape and visual effects will be no more than that. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Melton.
And, and just further to that, I have shared with the panel a master plan for the previously mentioned fast track referral application. And I'm happy to talk to that as I am also the author of that.
Yes.
If that is helpful for some context only.
Yes. We were hopeful that you might be able to assist us by having some of your graphic attachment on the screen.
Mhm.
In particular, we were interested in the indicative development overlays.
Yes.
They were page 24 and 25. On, in the attachment. And it would be helpful to us if you were able to talk us through the key areas and what we're looking at there and your effects conclusion in relation to the spatial elements. As in the evidence attached to evidence. Yeah, and so if you go to the end, you've got indicative developments right at the end on page 24, 25. Yes, what's that one? Yes.
I'll share my screen.
Thank you.
Everyone can see. Can everyone see that online?
I'm just going to be turning my head here because it's much clearer here than over there. So please excuse me if I appear to have my back towards you.
I understand that. I think these are very helpful. They are overlays showing consented and what is being proposed.
Yes.
And from two selected viewpoints.
Yes.
This is from viewpoint 2. I should point out that the red, or I've called it the red, it's probably almost comes up orange on that, but the red or orange colour is what is being proposed.
Yes.
However, the majority of the red that one can see, or the orange, has a purple underlay as well, because that is RLA3 and RLA4. And so it is the intensification of that. So consider that's a purple underlay to that. The new area of orange with no purple underlay is what we see with those building platforms shown as sort of black or grey squares and rectangles within that strip of red at the top of the red area.
So these here. It's a band of RLA6.
Yes, it's a band of RLA6, starting with lot 151 on the left-hand side, or the most western end. Somewhere in the valley that you can't see will be lot 166, which is the lot at the most eastern end. I was on the site yesterday as well, and in response to your comments about the 3 poles up, I did see more than 3 poles up, but maybe that just demonstrates that how hard some of the lots are to see because of the folded landscape. But there was certainly a pole on 166 at the far eastern end.
Yes, we saw that one.
And the one on 151.
Yes. And there was one further kind of midway along from memory.
Yeah.
On an angle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure I saw a few more as I was looking, but once again, I know where they are and I'm looking for them. So maybe that's why I saw a couple more.
Yeah.
And you would have appreciated that folded nature of the landform where those springer lots are.
And just on the structure poles.
Yes.
The location of the ones that we saw, were they what were they signalling? It wasn't clear to us whether they were in the middle of the building platform, the edge of the.
They're just in the middle of each platform. Probably useful to note on this when we look at this plan as well is that lot 51, so the most western end one of the band of LA6, we have the purple going up the face or the end of that not the face, I should say the end of that northern ridge line. So in my evidence, I talk about that northern ridge. That is consented LA5 that rolls up there. We were chatting before. I should formalise that. There was a question to Mr. Buchanan before about lot 502. So lot 501 is the one immediately adjacent to the proposed lot 151.
Yes.
And that has a building platform some 20 metres in elevation above that platform shown on proposed lot 151.
You can see the platform in this image.
No, there's not shown, no, so that platform's not shown on this image. No other platforms are shown on this image apart from the ones in that LA6 band, because it's most useful to highlight those ones. There was some, and if you, or not, if when you visit the site again, you'll see some pine trees growing just to the west of the end there, roughly where the building platform on 501 is shown. It's around that where those pine trees were. There was a bunch of pine trees or a patch of pine trees on this hill slope just above and over where lot 151 and 152 are shown or proposed. The majority of those have since been cleared over the last few years. You would have also noted on site the Dwa.
Yes.
And so that's further up the hill, and that pretty much it tucks in right adjacent to the no build line, which is easy to read on a plan, hard to obviously see on site because there's no actual physical line of the no build line on site. But the that water race band that ran along, that's within the no build area. It doesn't demarcate the edge of it. It's within it. Build area is not too far from there. And I think a really important thing to note here is that on our plans we look at, or on the plan, one is looking at, not this particular one, but when you look at the 2D plans, we have the hatched area of the no build. And in my evidence, I discussed that there is a band of open space left between that and the backs of the proposed lots in LA6. In reality, that space reads as one. One doesn't interpret that graphic on site. It's all one side that is left open. Those poplar trees, so the skinny trees in the middle of the graphic you're looking at on the screen, the poplar trees, they actually appear, and it's just the way this was done. They are more in the foreground, so they aren't actually growing on the hill slope behind the rest. Yeah, so the bottom half of those have been covered, and they're actually growing closer to the view of this one here. There are some. Just thinking about pointers on site when you're when you go there again, there's about 4 willow trees just to the west in the gully of the end proposed lot 151. You can see them just poking through. Yeah. So that is, and then just further along, Commissioner, as well, more in the. Yeah, and then just down from that, where the cursor's going at the moment. Yes, perfect. There's a wee gully there or a valley, and there's about 4 willow trees growing out of that at the moment. The top 2 indicate pretty much where the consented subdivision road accessing the valley and the back lots, or the most northern lots on the site, up through there. You perhaps
Clarification question on it.
yes.
So the building platforms on this purple area, are they shown on this plan, or are they?
They're not shown on this plan at all. It was pretty much where the cursor is now, give or take, it is the platform shown on 501. There or thereabouts, and look, I think this. I mean, I could talk to this view for quite some time, but I think this view demonstrates the fact that we've got a gully, which we've referred to, and you would see in the graphic attachment as the eastern gully of the site, that really reveals its full south when you're only on site. So from externally from the site, from the different viewpoints, you see parts of it. Perhaps you see the most of it from the viewpoints selected from Bannockburn. And then that's at some distance where in that view you're seeing a lot of things. But in the close to mid-range views, it's very difficult to get a full view of that entire strip in its entirety.
I just have a question here. Along here,
Yes,
that's the fence line.
yes, yes.
We would have seen on site yesterday.
You would have, and that's the top of a band of LA5 there, and also down in the bottom of that slope there is a bunch of LA2.
Yes.
And they're quite small lots, LA2, and the reason for the smaller lot there was at time of PC14 was the fact that some of the smaller lots could go in less sensitive areas of the site.
Further questions on that one? Can you see the LA2 then?
No, no, the orange in the foreground pretty much these. I mean, look, there might be a smidgen of it at the toe of that purple patch you see, but you would have gone down before then you started to go back up to where the reservoir is. It's sort of down in that wee bit there, and that's why you can't see some of those western lots of the LA6 band or the proposed LAs, because they're down adjacent to that. And the 2D plan with the lot layout plan probably demonstrates that well. There's 2, 4, 6, there's 8 LA2 lots down there that are adjacent to the eastern end of LA6.
During that orange looked at the bottom of this outside the no-go area. These purple lots.
And likewise, obviously any built form that happens on the very left-hand side of this image, wrapping up those other wee prominent toes of spurs on the side.
Just trying to get a feel for what dwellings would be visible.
Yeah, so that this viewpoint is a lot of dwellings visible in that foreground, and I suppose it's also something to bear in mind, as well as in the LA4 and 3 areas. Once that land is built on, once trees are planted on Road 006, we'll see this slither of LA6 behind that from this viewpoint as well, and from the majority of the viewpoints. Hopefully that was helpful.
Yes, very helpful. Thank you. And if we go to the next, which do you say should be on indicative overlay from viewpoints 25. It's immediately following.
Yeah.
Thank you. If you could just talk us through in the same
Yes.
minute.
Pretty similar, and in the same comment about the orange or red one sees draped over those trees in the foreground running alongside Ripponvale Road. I imagine that tree, the top of those trees would run and cut off a bit of that orange and red you see there. But that's very similar to what I've described. My hand wedge of orange is the LA3-4 area. That then extends out to the left as one's looking at this image, and we see 2, 4, 5, 6, 2, 4, I was going to say four platforms, and then parts of the next 2 platforms of the slither of LA6. And then you see the top edge of that slither of LA6 as it heads east or up the eastern gully. The Lot 501 and the LA5 area previously mentioned is shown once again heading up the end of that northern ridge and wrapping down into the valley that heads up to the top, and the rest of the consented development on the basin, and then on the toe of the spur to the left is shown as well. So once again, this demonstrates that what I was alluding to before, from these viewpoints, you won't see all of it, you'll see some of it. And when we see it, we also have to understand that we'll be seeing the consented development in the foreground as well. Thank
you. So on the band that we can see, clearly 1, 2, 3, 4, and a bit of the next 2, 5, 6. So are you saying that on the right hand side of the orange red,
yes,
They are not part of the band of RLA 6, is that what you're saying?
Correct, as one drops, and can I just, yes, that is LA 6.
So this is all band along here.
Yeah, can I just pop up this?
Yeah.
That is LA 4, 3.
Yes.
Six goes here, and then you see just the top.
The top end,
six
yes.
as it's going.
So that whole row across is what we're looking
Yeah,
at.
that's
I thought you were suggesting that this here was part of this, and I couldn't quite make out how that could be so.
Story. I know. And I know we're just clarifying what these colours show and so forth. I think one of the important things to note also in these two views, but particularly the one we're looking at the moment as well, is just the continued dominance of the landform and the land sky interface in the setting, overall setting. Yeah. Why I've helped me form my opinion that the RLA 6 was having some adverse effects on the toe of these slopes does remain subservient to the openness and the scale of the landscape.
That's very helpful, thank you. Leading to some questions. Stop sharing the screen. Yes, please. Yeah. Have we got any further questions? So I would find it helpful if you were able to talk through a bit of a history to the landscape assessments. And I'm specifically interested in relation to your paragraph 56 of your evidence statement, where you say this demonstrates that not only is development anticipated and accepted within the cell, but it could also support varied lot sizes from 3,000 square metres to 3 hectares. So I'm particularly interested in how you arrive here from the previous evidence that you have relied upon to arrive at that view, in terms of SB and Stevens and PC 14.
Yes, this may be a slightly long answer, so and hopefully I get there. And I think to also help me with this answer, I'll just refer you as I speak to sheet 27 of my graphic attachment. Sheet 27.
Indicative.
Yes, and and that's and sheet 26 showed the structure plan as well, or shows the structure plan that was taken to the hearing for PC 14. So in terms of we got to with the structure plan for PC 14, was the SB on behalf of council and myself discussed the structure plan and the indicative master plan prior to the PC 14 hearing. There were some modifications made during those discussions, and he based obviously his peer review and his evidence for the hearing on pages 26 and 27 there. And I think page 27 of the graphic attachment, that indicative master plan, shows the SAL divided up, or that southeastern slope of the eastern gully, southeast facing slope, divided up into a number of lots. At the time, both of us were comfortable that the values that we'd identified for that SAL would be maintained through a proposed land arrangement like that. As Mr. Croft pointed out, the commissioners did not, and the Council's reporting planner at the time did not agree with Mr. Gillespie and myself, and otherwise. And following that hearing through mediation, I mediated the change 14 outcome with Ms. Stephen.
Yes.
And I think I am correct in saying that her concern was that by dividing up that face of the SAL, the arrangement that was shown on the indicative master plan was giving the maintenance of those SAL values over future landholders. And with a land or subdivision arrangement that had lots running from toe to ridge, and she wasn't confident that proposed conditions or provisions in future provisions in the district plan would mean that those lots would be sort of equally maintained to a similar standard that would retain the values of the SAL across the entire slope. I.e. somebody might plant olives, somebody might keep their brown top trimmed to 200 mil, so you would end up with a patchwork. So through that mediation, so as we got to the point where keeping the SAL as a balanced lot and clustering smaller sections in other parts of the site, the less sensitive parts of the site, was the mediated outcome. What is proposed in this application, I believe, is it's a hybrid of the two, but it's probably a refinement of the thinking of the two, in that when one thinks about those SAL values that we're wanting to be retained and maintained, and they're primarily being, and that was the whole point of the no build. So the no build area hasn't changed on day one, really. So that was in place prior to PC14 hearing. It's remained in its full shape and extent through mediation to what is on site today. And that no build area was, and that was instigated through our land study. We used GIS to layer up to layer the land, the various land systems that one does. We use ZTV testing to work out feasibility, etc. as well. Because visual is a key, because of, it's a significant amenity landscape. If it was covered in lavender, smell might be important. If it was covered in native bush, bird song might be important. But its simplicity is a visual characteristic. So it is so that's why visual does play a big part in this. And so the current proposal shows this slither of RLA6 along the toe of that SAL. And I suggest that we'll have low to moderate adverse effects on that toe, with the key values, I believe, of the SAL are being maintained because of the proximity of these lots on the toe of the slope, which, when you looked at the mediated plan change 14 structure plan, showed the building platform on the toe of the slope. So there was agreement between myself and Ms. Stephen at the time that if your building platforms on that slope along the toe is where they would be, hence that one platform for the LA6 area. And that building platform, just to orientate yourselves, is shown pretty much adjacent to the junction of road 001 and road 006 that would bend off and go up to Galley. So these proposed lots and building platforms are on the toe, just as that building platform is. Then coming back to that particular paragraph, questioned me about, is that there is consented development within the SAL ranging in those lot sizes that I mentioned there. So that's what I was alluding to.
So you weren't suggesting that range of lot sizes was sorted through the PC?
No. Through It was a really long answer, wasn't it? But hopefully but through that process, lot sizes, they went from here to here to here to here.
Yes.
It was quite a process. And it was a process that arrived at different conclusions with different council landscape.
Going back to that RNA 6 and the fact that the structure plan and all the associated rules allow for one dwelling on there. How do you arrive at that? Because it seems to be a bit of a departure from sort of decision version of the structure plan.
Through the mediation process, how did we arrive at?
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I guess my question is, structure plan's pretty tight in terms of dropping down development and RLA 6 provisions as well. See. It only allows for one building platform. I think what I was hearing from you was that the landscape architects thought that actually more development could occur in RLA 6, but the outcome has been that
Yeah.
there's only one dwellings there.
Yeah.
It seems to be a big jump.
Yeah, and I think the jump was primarily driven by change of council landscape architects. Mr. Espy was the first landscape architect reporting to council leading up to the PC14 and at the PC14 hearing. And Mr. Espy and myself were similar in our understanding and view of the outcomes being supported for the hearing. Post-hearing, Ms. Stephen came with a different standing.
Mediation.
For the mediation. Oh, well, in fact, at mediation, I won't go there, sorry. Yes, post-mediation, there was expert conferencing between Ms. Stephen and myself, which I suppose accommodated Ms. Stephen's thinking, which was quite different to Mr. Espy's.
You agree, Ms. Stevens, at that point, or was that?
Well, I agreed with Ms. Stephen. I also agreed with Mr. Espy, and I would have agreed with more building platforms in that SAL because it was the position I'd reached when discussion with Mr. Espy. So obviously I'd have to be comfortable with less because I was supporting more at the time of the PC14 hearing.
There must have been some pretty strong arguments for.
Sorry.
There must have been some pretty strong arguments for less development there, given structure plan locks down development and RLR 6
And I suppose,
and the policy.
and I suppose what fell out of that was greater density through that mediation was greater density in some of the other areas of the site as well.
Around.
Yeah, yes. But I think the key and in the joint witness statement when Stephen and myself, and I've got that in one of my paragraphs here, is where we agreed to where the key SAL values lay on that slope, and it was the mid to upper area. So in the current application is avoiding.
How did you anticipate you'd be sitting in a room now because of some development in RLA 6?
I'm not sure. Probably a bit like Mr. Croft. I have been involved in a swag of plan changes and ODPs and structure plans, pretty much all of which have ended up in hearings to change certain aspects of them. So, sure if that, but I think that perhaps answers your question.
Maybe my question was, did you envisage that? I mean, you might not have had too much of a hand in drafting the actual and policies, but was it anticipated that there would be pathway for development in RLL 6.
Yeah, look,
Those provisions.
we had a hand in some of the provisions, but probably more in the detail around things like what we see under the 4.7.6 in the development standards, more around the requirements for fencing, requirements for organic. And so Ms. Steve and myself actually spent quite a bit of time, the organic nature of future planting on that slope, the type of fencing. Height of buildings, which is 5 meters, which is quite different to other SALs within the region. So a role to play there, and when so that answers that part of the question. And then I suppose if you come back and look at a site and consider an application for an intensification of what is consented, then the first place to start is the less sensitive parts of the site. I think that is the starting and end point of this application.
It's a helpful background for us. Just checking in with everyone online. Can you hear everybody okay? Good. Okay, I've got a few questions for you on your written evidence now, Mr. Milne. So paragraph 55. Here you are, you reference policy 4.4.13 in clause E of your, and in the subsection 2, you're talking about provision for subdivision around consented buildings where subdivision will avoid adverse effects on maintain eligibility and open natural character, etc. And this, my understanding of this clause is that this clause in respect of A and B, the subdivision will avoid adverse effects on. So it doesn't have a threshold of what magnitude of adverse effect. It simply says will avoid adverse effects. Whereas your assessment results in low to moderate adverse effects. You've concluded there will be low to moderate adverse effects, and it might be more a planning question, but you've referred to that policy. So I'm interested in your response to that, how you can reconcile there being low to moderate adverse effects when policy clause itself directs to avoid adverse effects, presumably all adverse effects in the drafting.
Yes. And I suppose my answer to that is I've reconciled my position with taking a step back and looking at the intent of those provisions as a whole rather than that particular limb. And I do say that I think there are limited limbs where we don't, the application doesn't or isn't contingent with. And my focus has been on maintain rather than avoid. But overall, I believe the intent of the policy is still satisfied.
So when you say limited clauses of the policy, you're meaning limited in number?
Yes, limited number. Yeah.
Because the actual clauses are quite the directive ones.
Yes.
So in that sense, it's not limited because being directive, they may carry more weight.
Yes.
So are you in your conclusion, are you drawing on your merits effects assessment more than you are the policy? Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, look, I think it's a balance, and so yes, it's fair to say on that. And second part to that, and just to reiterate what I mentioned before, is looking at the policy and understanding every separate limb, but looking at the policy intent and direction as a whole. And I've got objective 4.3.10 sitting there as well, which obviously these policies cover.
Thank you. Paragraph 80. You express a concern to Ms. Hashi's peer review. And I wanted to make sure I understood that concern around. So there was some errors, I understand, which have been addressed in terms of the view from the Cromwell Township.
Yes.
And what other live concerns you still have around the peer review assessment?
Look, there's probably two. The first is, yes, the acknowledging of the first peer review and considering the wrong site from those viewpoints within the Cromwell Township. And those sections of the peer review were, or the peer review was reissued with those sections struck out, but that did not seem to fundamentally change the conclusion. So I have a slight concern with that. And the second one isn't a huge live concern, but it was just the referencing to those policy limbs and 1.8 and to N, which is actually the productive area. Now, I understand how those mistakes can be made. It's more that first one for me still find difficult to reconcile how that conclusion has not changed.
Right, so an input has changed and you're wondering where the evaluative. Thank you. Okay, so we'll be sure to talk to Ms. Hashi about that. Thank you. Paragraph 100. So here in this section, in response to Ms. Hashi's concern, you're talking about design controls. And my question is around, do such controls have the ability to prevent the perception of domestication and boundary delineation, or do they simply soften perception of that?
I think they can do both. I think they do soften. I also think the controls also could flip that around, and rather than think of them as controls to mitigate something, they're actually design controls. So the outcomes that they are seeking actually adds to the character of that particular design. I think that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. So not necessarily, so not thinking of the control as a control to try and make something less adverse, let's say, in terms of effects, but it's actually a design control for an outcome, i.e. a rural lifestyle outcome, because of the type of fencing, the style of the planting, the colours of the buildings they add to an overall character. Yeah.
And so what you're saying is that controls have been proactively integrated into rather than added on as a mitigation.
Yes.
They're not the same thing, you don't think?
That's so I think there's a crossover there.
Yeah.
They can be used and depends on what lens you apply.
Yeah.
And also when I talk about controls there, with Shannon Farm, there is the design guidelines that sit next to the provisions within the district plan.
Mm-hmm.
And that allows the developer to vet, if that's the right term, house plans and landscape plans.
And following on from that, at paragraph 117, there's some comments around, in landscape terms, rural character is not determined by allotment size or numerical compliance with the structure plan alone. So I guess I'm reading into that there's kind of an interplay here between the design controls and planning tools like allotment size or numerical compliance. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying that design controls have more of a primary role in, you know, as a mechanism, a primary mechanism to maintain rural character? What are you saying there?
I'm saying there's a balance. I mean, I think if we just focus on lots and go in an intensification of density, erodes control. I think that's wrong. I think we need to balance that with what are the other things that contribute to that character.
So in that sense, rural character, would you accept that rural character is influenced by pattern, density, location of development
Yes,
and,
yes,
and design control?
and design.
So it's they work in tandem together.
They do.
Thank you.
They do.
To understand that from that landscape perspective.
And particularly in a setting, a setting like this, it's, there are plenty of settings like this across the country, but where you've got, it's a rural lifestyle. So there are swathes of open space. There are larger lots for production. Then there are smaller lots. So it's that interplay between that and all these lot sizes and rural character. And we're now going off on a tangent and it's just not answering your question directly, but rural characters on that spectrum from here to here, let's say, out the back of the Ben Lomond range to what we've got here. And there are still sections of a size. The size of the sections here allow things like medium to large size trees to be planted that in time contribute to the setting and the rural lifestyle character compared to a section size in town that allows a lavender to be planted because it's only 100 square meters in size or whatever it might be. So I'm just, so, there's that allotment size as well as controls, as well as just the term comprehensive master plan has been used or is used often in developments like this. And I think it's all of those components working together.
Thank you. I guess leading on from that, in terms of the policy, there's obviously quite a clear policy constraint that myself and Ms. Justice are having to reconcile. So, from landscape architects are used to looking at policy as reference points as well. So putting aside your merits assessment for my time being, it does appear that the policy framework, the most directive parts of the bespoke policy for this specific location does appear to treat lot size, density and development pattern, the primary mechanism of rural character. Would you agree with that if you're just looking at the policy?
Yes, if you were just looking at the policy, yes.
So those clauses that are not complied with are the directive ones and they relate specifically to quite a clear mechanism.
Yep, no,
in terms of the drafting intent.
I'd agree with that.
And so your evidence, you're leaning heavily more on the merits assessment, the effects assessment side of things in terms of the appropriateness of effects.
Yes, like I said before that, but also looping back up to the wording of the objective.
Yes, the outcome.
And then the explanation underneath that as well in the district plan. That's the intent.
Yes. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
I guess just on the same policy. And I'm looking at you, which specifically provides guidance on decisions around subdivision in the RLA 6 outside of the no-build area, which is what we're concerned with. The 16 lots in RLA 6. Structure of A, B, and C. That's interesting, and I wonder if it's supposed to be useful for decision making in that there's the consent pathway at B, which says a first subdivision or subdivision unless a dwelling has been approved on each of the lots that you're proposing in RLR 6. And then I wonder if that helps you inform B, which is and assess whether or not the subdivide will have effects on effect on the legibility and of the I guess it doesn't say sell, it says rural lifestyle 6 area. So are you able to come to a conclusion that clause C will be satisfied without having done B, without having the dwellings in place? you're assessing the effects on.
B certainly seems to be a useful limit to link into C. And I disagree with that, and Mr. Wood would probably be able to speak that better than I. Have reached the conclusion that I think C can be satisfied without B, I suppose. In terms of that maintenance side, yeah. I'd defer to Mr. Woodward for probably a better explanation.
Design controls, just to help me understand how the planning works. So hypothetically, consent's granted for the lots in RLA 6, then landowners would, developer goes and gets the land use consent for a dwelling under rule 7.4 XI for discretionary activity. So the design controls come into play when that resource consent, land use consent for the dwelling is booked. That might be a question.
That is my understanding. Yes, hopefully Mr. Woodward concurs with that.
There is some risk, I suppose, that maybe not all of the controls would be imposed. Someone might seek consent for a 7-metre high dwelling.
There's a potential risk, and of course that would be assessed on its merits at the time.
So you're relying on the controls, which are the bulk of location requirements in the district plan and the design guidelines.
And the development standards in the district plan.
Yeah, so the height.
Yeah, the height, height, colour. And then the design guidelines as well, the Shannon Farm design guidelines go a step further than the provisions or controls in the district plan as well. And so, and why I say that, the guidelines speak to the way or direct our built form should sit on a platform, roof forms down to car parking should be arranged on the site, to screening, etc. So there's a further layer there, or another lens to be applied.
The covenant of title. Fine.
So those guidelines, are they stipulated in the district plan standards? Or is that a discretionary?
The covenant.
Right.
It's a covenant on each title that everyone must comply with the design guidelines.
Thank you. A copy of those guidelines?
I don't think that you do, but I can make them available. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Just the mechanics of how that works. Is that does a developer take that one off, or is that a council that?
Developer takes it off. Yeah, there's two aspects to it. So they come to us, you pay a fee to comply with our design guidelines, and they're very thorough and detailed, and they cover everything. And then if you get that tick, then you can go to council basically to get your building consent. But you also need to get a resource consent when you apply. So it's a very unusual situation that we have, is that you actually have to get a resource consent and a building consent to build at Shannon Farm, and you've got the design guidelines that you must comply with as well. It's covenant. We also have a residence society as well. So every member has to be part of that as well. So it's compulsory.
Who chairs that?
Me, the
Maybe not allied to that question whatsoever, but just for if that was a question that you were thinking about, the balance lot in LA 6, that 36 hectares will be retained by Shannon Farm themselves. Be retained and maintained.
I mean, that's another thing that we've been considering, is that it's the incremental shifting of station or RLM 6. Yes. This proposal that would up it a little bit more. There's still quite a gap between this development and the no build area.
Yes.
So any way to ensure that mental shift wouldn't keep occurring. up the hill as far as the,
Like I suppose any further incremental shift will be the subject of another application, and once again, the effects would be considered at that time. And I'd suggest the effects be deemed to be a little higher because you're getting closer to where or you're moving into the territory where my opinion, the key values of these say, which is those mid to, from a landscape point of view, mid to upper slopes. And it's the mid to upper slopes because, and you would have appreciated this on site, it is the landform itself, the legibility of the formation of that land, which contributes to that natural character, but it's the visibility and it's those mid to upper slopes, testing from the viewpoints that we've selected and remembering that viewpoints are often selected as the worst views. And it's those mid to upper slopes are the most visual.
another question. Throughout your evidence, you do refer to how the proposal will maintain the integrity and visual cohesion, like you say, and the SL's obviously broader than RLA 6. Policy that we're tasked with the proposal against refers to the legibility, integrity of the RLA 6 rather than the SAL. Does that have any implications on your assessment, which is assessing of the broader area we're tasked to?
I think the legibility of LA6 and integrity of LA6 is maintained. And that's because when one thinks about, yes, we've got the broader SAL attributes, but the site-specific SAL attributes are those ones that are relating to open pasture, legibility and visual coherence. I think if one look, and so then they inform the legibility and integrity of LA6 because that covers SAL or some of the SAL on the site. I think that integrity and legibility of LA6 can be maintained.
Sorry, see if I had any more questions.
I have a further question, and it relates to that concern about incremental shift up the slope a bit. For your assessment for landscape, you've concluded that 17 lots would not result in effects that are more than minor. And I guess I'm interested in whether you've thought about at what point or what scale of development would result in more than minor effects across in this location. Is that a clear question?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Is that the sort of thing that you think through when you're doing your assessments?
Very much so.
Yes.
And actually, it even goes back to thinking through when you're doing the master plan.
Yes. Yes.
And I mentioned before about pencil on butter paper.
Yes.
and you are doing that master plan process has been undertaken to avoid effects and I suppose can be a bit of a tough gig sometimes, isn't it, when you're doing the master plan and then you're assessing it, but hopefully by having done the master plan and gone through the process of understanding the landscape, then your assessment obviously flows from that. And so there's a reason there is 17 shown here, because through that process, it was identified that this was out of that RLH6 area, what is the least sensitive part of it? Would that least sensitive part absorb 3 sections? Or, 3 lots, 7 lots, how many lots? And within this area here, and there's a really interesting thing too when you're looking at that in terms of it came back, and I think it also comes back to one of Ms. Stevens' concerns about how people maintain their lots, and a smaller lot in the least sensitive area of the site, I believe, has a better chance consistent amenity outcome than a lot of bigger lots, primarily because of the reason that somebody tends to get seduced by the romantic notion of a bigger lot and then fail to maintain it. Sure, both of you are familiar with the Tasman district, but I think the rural 3 guidelines up there are being tested somewhat, or have been over the last few years, because of this. And interestingly, those, and tell me if I'm telling you stuff you already know, but those rural 3 guidelines, work on the premise of 75% of that land being open space, 25% so being developed, and gone for a bigger lot. Originally, a lot of the consents have gone for a bigger lot, and the lot size, and those bigger lot sizes now are perhaps the outcome isn't what was envisaged at the time of the provisions, and therefore you're seeing more of a clustering developments with more of a clustering at a smaller lot that is more equitable for and more accessible for people to own, but also to maintain.
So, in terms of the threshold for determining in this case,
Coming back to your question.
When rural character effects, in your view, might become more than minor, is that another row on, or is it another band on top of the first band, or what?
For this particular site, I believe it is a greater intensification of subdivision further up the slope you go.
Thank you. That brings me to the end of my questions. I'll just check with Ms. Justice.
One question about rural character and view that density in those areas would result in a more homogeneous rural lifestyle development than the structure plan envisaged. My understanding of his report was that would have adverse effects on rural character. Do you have a view on that? I think you commented on it at paragraph 116.
Yes.
Said you differed from that.
Turned to 116, but I can also say I just disagree. For the following reasons, is that yes, it will provide more allotments, but there's still a variation of allotment size across the development. The aspects of, and I've discussed this before, when we think of rural lifestyle character, which this is, the aspects remain throughout the development. And the lot sizes still remain of a size where you have the ability, I was saying before about trees and things like that, that add to the character, still happen.
Going back to when the structure plan was put in place and there was that variation in size for each of the landscape areas. The purpose of that.
Yeah, well, yeah, and make sure that, well, I suppose the purpose was to provide for a varied living opportunity, but those lot sizes also responded to some of the landscape attributes on site. And I think the current lot sizes still do that.
Thank you, Mr. Mill. We had quite a few questions for you. Thank you for answering those for us. Are you here for the rest of the day?
Yes, I am. And I also noted that we didn't share a fast track with the fast plan. If you wanted to just finish with that.
Let's do that now, and then after that we can break for lunch. That would be a good.
I will just jump on.
Thank you for the reminder. Appreciate it.
I'll just pull it up. The fast track that was approved to go through fast track last week.
Yes. So yes, this is the indicative master plan at the current minute for the site, and this is the one that was approved to go through the substantial application process. It has three living densities. The yellow lots, or three proposed living densities. The yellow lots being the larger lots at 1,000 square metres, fringe the western and northern parts of the site. There is a standard density, or low density, I should say, of 400 square metres through the majority of the site. That's the beige colour. And then there is some pockets of medium density, 200 square metres adjacent to the amenity, recreation reserves, stormwater, utility reserves, etc. There's a green spine that runs through the middle that would link or abut and possibly link into Shannon Farm at the western end, and that leads you to the east to a proposed industrial and commercial precinct adjacent to roundabout. It's a green link running down the edge of Rippenvale Road, and you'll see three neighbourhood parks dotted, strategically positioned throughout the development. 400-metre walking circles, of course. And so that is being worked, the substantive application is being worked through at the moment.
This is your
Yes,
master planning.
yes,
So you're within the team.
yes,
Yes.
yes.
NZTA agreed to the roundabout?
Sorry,
Is NZTA agreed to the roundabout?
there's certainly some discussions.
Positive discussions.
Positive discussions.
I'm actually going to ask in relation to proposal, whereabouts is the tunnel under the state highway? Pedestrians and cyclists go.
It'll potentially move.
Yeah. So
So currently it's on the southern portion. You see there at bottom, down below the roundabout.
This
Yeah,
is right.
yeah, that's where it's currently proposed, but council has come to us because of the fast track application and asked us to delay that location. And they want to make sure that the outcome on the underpass is in a best position if the fast track is approved, which is likely maybe to move it further north potentially. It'll either go north, it'll either go north outside the retirement village site, or potentially where we would probably prefer it, which council doesn't know about yet, is where the end of the commercial.
Yeah.
Where the end of the commercial is. The roundabout, it's important, it's all on our land. We don't need anyone else's land to make the roundabout happen.
Thank you very much for that.
thank you.
No further questions. We may want to bring it to you. Ron. So it's good to hear that you are sticking around for the day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, and it was very helpful seeing talking us through those simulations. Oh, that was our questions. We were when we were on the site. That's right. One more question for you, Mr. Mills. In some applications, there's merit in providing visual simulations of future built form. Do you contemplate that in this case to assist our understanding?
Not to any great extent. See how they could be helpful. However, and simulations were proposed for the plan change. And for the plan, and we have, for this application, I have adopted the same viewpoints that were adopted for the plan change because it was identified they were the most sensitive viewpoints. So simulations could be prepared to assist if the commissioners thought it useful. There would probably be two viewpoints that were critical.
Yes.
Probably the McNulty Road, and I think they would certainly in doing those simulations, they would give a very good representation of the built form
Yes.
within the rest of Shannon Farm to the foreground of the slither of LA6.
Yeah, we would find that helpful. Perhaps that's something you could consider. And we could return to that at the end of the day, and perhaps we'll ask Ms. Harshy as well, whether that, from her perspective, that might assist, just to get a sense of, and to the permitted parameters, and according to the the built form parameters, what that might actually. I found that helpful in other processes
Yeah, no, I
to see. Yeah.
understand on a recent hearing that was probably quite useful with Mr. London from Method Visual, who had prepared
Yes.
simulations for another project that
Very, very helpful. Yes.
our practice and Mr. Woodward were involved in. So if we were to prepare them, we would most likely use Method
Mr.
Visual.
London.
Yeah, because he actually prepared the visual simulations for the plan change. 14. I'll talk to Mr. Croft about that over the lunch
Or
break.
if you want to kind of discuss amongst yourselves, and perhaps we'll return to that, put a question on it at the moment. And then at the end of the day, when we're adjourning and talking about any information needs, we'll confirm. About that.
Thank you.
So given the time, it's 12:20, would it be a good time now to break and then return? We're hearing from Mr. Wood next.
Yes, that's right. Mr. Are you feeling all right, Jake? I think he's looking all right. Yeah. Mr. Croft.
Mr. Woodward.
You're on mute, Jake.
Yes, sorry, team. The audio's been fantastic right up until the last second, so I caught bits of it. But yeah, I'm here. I managed to make it to the morning. Fantastic.
Great. I'm just conscious that Mr. Croft needs to leave at
1:30.
1:30.
Yes.
I am in your hands, but I'm not sure how many questions you had for Mr. Woodward. It might be quite a long period of time, but whether we wanted to proceed with him or whether you would prefer to break.
We could proceed for, we could get going. Yeah, if that gives the opportunity for Mr. Croft to. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're happy to accommodate.
Thank you.
I also need to give you the combination to the gate if you're going back this afternoon. So I'll need to make sure when I leave, I give you that.
Yes, please. Yes, that would be very helpful. Okay, we can catch that, Mr. Woodward. We're going to you now. And we'll
Yeah,
get
thank
through
you.
as much as we can before we have lunch, so that Mr. Croft is able to, so perhaps we'll go through till quarter to one,
Thank you.
and that will give us a reasonable stretch.
Okay. No,
I have a summary statement, Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Buchanan's out again.
Get ourselves sorted, and we'll let you know when we're ready, Mr. Woodward.
thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Woodford, for your attendance today. I imagine you're still probably not feeling very well, so appreciate you being with us today.
Thanks for your understanding. No, I'm fine. Yeah, apologies, I missed the very start of it, but my name's Jake Woodward. I'm a resource management planner based here in Cromwell. I've been living in Cromwell for 9-10 years now, and I've been working with NZ Cherry Corp since 2022. You would have seen my evidence in chief, and we've just distributed a sort of a very concise summary, appreciating that not everything is in there, so certainly happy to take some questions. But just starting at paragraph 5, just moving through this as efficiently as possible. So for the most part, myself and the Section 42 author, Mr. McIntosh, we're largely in agreement in relation to all of the technical matters, and the panel will appreciate from the evidence today that there's largely agreement with things around servicing, and other technical matters as in terms of effects on the environment. Paragraph 6, the principal issue between myself and Mr. McIntosh is primarily confined to a couple of key matters, that being the landscape and rural character effects, the interpretation and the application of the policy framework as it relates to the Rural Resource 5 zone, and the relevance of the NPSUD. And so my summary is just going to focus on those key points for the time being. In relation to landscape effects, I note that, and Mr. Milne pointed out, that there's broad agreement between both landscape experts in terms of the visual landscape components as it relates to RLA 3 and 4. The only substantive disagreement relates to the RLA 6. I prefer the evidence of Mr. Milne, who concludes that the proposal maintains the defining values of the SAL, which were determined through conferencing between Mr. Milne and Council's appointed landscape architects through that PC14 process, which we've heard in detail. I agree with Mr. Milne's assessment that the proposal will not change the legibility of the landform by confining the development to the lower slopes and avoiding the no-build area, all of which was quite helpfully defined and illustrated in the visual sims that were on the screen earlier today. This had the consequence of maintaining the balanced land as open pasture and continuing to apply the established controls on building platform, planting, fencing and built form. And so in my view, the emphasis should remain on the values of the SAL being maintained, rather than simply whether additional lots are being proposed. There's been a bit of back and forth discussion, so I'm just speaking out of turn here. There's been a bit of back and forth discussions around controls and what they look like, and things like landscaping. And I think it's important for the panel to be aware, you may already have come across the rules already, but the way that the Rural Resource Area 5 is set up is every single residential dwelling still requires a controlled activity consent, and that's consistent throughout the Rural Resource Area in Central Otago. The wider rural residential notation that sits beyond the subject site, so along with Convara Road and Pearson Road, equally requires a controlled activity consent. They're subject to heights, setbacks, colours, skylines. Those same controls, along with some additional bespoke provisions such as height and also the building platforms themselves, are part of the matters of control. More importantly, though, is the requirement for a landscape plan. And I would love an opportunity just to share a brief extract on my screen of the explanation that sits in relation to the landscape plan, because it has a lot of significance in terms of the future effects that may arise should consent be approved. What you see on the screen here, when it loads up, what you see on the screen here is subsection of Rule 4.7.2, a controlled activity, a consent that cannot be denied. One of the matters of one of the requirements in order to meet the controlled activity pathway for a residential dwelling on each and every one of those lots in the zone is a landscape plan. That landscape plan must address all of these matters. It's helpful for the panel to understand the objectives of the landscape plan. And if we go straight to Rural Lifestyle Area 6, the objective of the landscaping in the RLA 6 is the establishment of new and restored areas of native and endemic planting, which is arranged in a naturalistic manner and largely encloses any proposed roading. The point of that is that it relates directly to some of the points in the policy framework around delineation, defining boundaries and so on and so forth, all of which could have the potential to have adverse effects on some of those key characteristics of SAL. I have to date submitted 8, coming on 9 resource consent applications for residential dwellings, including half of them of which are show home, all of which has a requirement for a landscape plan. And as a planning consultant, we have a duty of care to advise clients your landscaping needs to achieve these objectives. If you're in the RLA 4 and 5, you need to incorporate a mixture of the following. If you're, of course, we haven't got to the RLA 6 because that doesn't exist at this point in time, but the same line of thinking would follow through. So it's important for the panel to remain cognizant of the idea that additional consents remain relevant going forward, irrespective of a subdivision. There are controls in place that will manage things like the height. And for reference, the maximum height in the RLA 6 is 5 metres. Whereas in the zone below it, RLA 4 is 5.5 metres, and it gets progressively more intense to 7.5 in RLA 3. I'll stop sharing my screen now. Just referring back to my paragraph 7, I'm referring to the idea that the planning framework has a range of controls and matters beyond the or irrespective of the design guidelines that are imposed on each of the landowners. The district plan itself has a specific framework that requires landscaping and other elements to achieve a particular outcome. So it's not all binding on the subdivider. There are obligations imposed on each individual landowner. In terms of paragraph 8, I have a different opinion to Mr. McIntosh in terms of rural character effects. While the proposal inherently increases residential density, it continues to achieve a graduated pattern of development, albeit more intense, with the larger lots remaining on the more elevated, visually sensitive parts of the site, as Mr. Milne had pointed out. Viewed from outside the development, Shannon Farm will continue to read as a cohesive, master planned rural lifestyle development, while any increase in density will largely be experienced internally by future lot owners who will knowingly choose to live in that environment. In my view, the proposal responds to the contemporary expectation that, as you've heard earlier from both Mr. Colgrave and Mr. Croft, in terms of that changing market dynamic. But the proposal responds to the contemporary expectations of rural lifestyle living without fundamentally altering the overall character of the development. The character of the development is still inherently a rural master planned lifestyle development, with this intensification being facilitated in a master planned way, i.e. before the lots are being created in an ad hoc manner by future lot owners. It is being developed in a way that can be integrated, one that the applicant has control over. Paragraph 9, in terms of the policy framework, again, there is considerable agreement between myself and Mr. McIntosh in relation to a range of policy matters as it relates to servicing, roading, recreation, productive land, all those sorts of points. A fundamental point of difference between myself and Mr. McIntosh is the interpretation of that policy or objective 4.3.10 and policy 4418. In my opinion, I consider that these provisions are fundamentally outcome focused rather than prescriptive. The minimum allotment sizes and the density provision are planning mechanisms, tools, intended to achieve a broader environmental outcome rather than an end to themselves. The policy does not say the lots shall be this size. The policy does not say there shall be 160 lots. Those outcomes are defined in a policy framework. While the proposal departs from those mechanisms by breaching the lot sizes or the lot numbers, it continues to achieve, in my opinion, the outcomes of the key provisions of a district plan, particularly 4310, in that we agree that it protects the O&L. We heard from Mr. Milne that the SAL values are being maintained. It retains productive value by not compromising any of those areas. It, in my opinion, provides for rural amenity based on that cohesive maintenance of still larger lots, albeit more of them, as well as managing the reverse sensitivity and relying on the existing infrastructure. All of those are key matters of the policy framework. Those are the objectives and outcomes that the rule framework, i.e. the mechanism, is attempting to achieve. I consider Mr. McIntosh has placed considerable emphasis on the proposal's departure of a subdivision plan, or subdivision pattern rather, and the allotment size framework established through PC14 rather than assessing whether or not those environmental outcomes achieve the objectives sought by 4.3.10 in particular. Paragraph 11, I consider insufficient weight has been given to the many components of 4.4.18 that the proposal clearly achieves. Mr. McIntosh's assessment focused primarily on density provision and the treatment of the RLA 6, whereas the proposal remains consistent with the wider direction of the policy by providing that integrated subdivision pattern, protecting and where relevant, maintaining landscape values, retains open space, it manages infrastructure, and it avoids the no-build area. All of which is achieved in a coordinated manner. In my opinion, although the proposal departs from certain aspects of the policy, and I confirm that my assessment recognises that we are inconsistent with specific limbs, which you'll see in my appendix, it cannot be fairly, it cannot be fairly characterised as being contrary to the policy when considered in light of the overall objective as a whole. Before I move on to my final paragraph there, I just want to speak very briefly to the RLA 6, and it's been referenced several times throughout the proceeding. Recognition that a residential dwelling outside of the no-build area can be sought through by way of a consent process. So just expanding on my interpretation of that, the district plan by way of a controlled activity contemplates one building platform. It doesn't prohibit any development beyond that. It just simply recognises that as a controlled activity, you can have one residential activity in the RLA 6, in the area that's been identified as suitable building platform. But the commissioners have correctly pointed out that there is somewhat of a pathway in the architecture of the district plan. There is a pathway insofar as development of building outside of the no-build area is subject to a discretionary resource consent. Any building within the rural lifestyle area that is not located outside of the no-build area, shown on the structure plan, and is not within the building platform, is subject to a discretionary activity. I think that's important because we have to recognise different activity classes provides a different degree of, it provides a bit of a presumption. Non-complying consents, the presumption would be, okay, very high threshold, section 104D test that we need to work our way through. Controlled activity, consent cannot be denied. Restricted discretionary, our matters are very limited. Discretionary, you can consider a broad range of matters. But what this is telling us is that it's not saying that residential development above the road is a no-go. As we've seen from the visual simulation from Mr. Mill, we can appreciate that there will be some degree of development above the road that would be visible. I think the question comes down to the magnitude. And we've heard from Mr. Mill advice that I rely on, low to moderate. That constitutes no more than minor adverse effects. So when I refer back to my assessment of the policy framework, the policy has provisions around the idea of avoiding certain outcomes, such as avoiding subdivision of buildings in the no-build area. That doesn't apply here. Avoiding subdivision in areas of the no-build area unless a dwelling has been approved or considered otherwise. Of course, it's not practical to provide to the panel today 16 different house designs and then subdivide around accordingly and therefore be consistent with the policy framework which provides that pathway. Rather, we have presented a consistent approach across the district and across many other districts, residential building platforms, with a fair idea on what all of the building controls are because they're explicit in the district plan and they've been assessed accordingly in light of the relevant landscape guidelines that Mr. Milne is bound by. I reiterate my initial assessment is that the policies are, the objectives and the policies are the outcomes that we're trying to achieve for the zone. Rules are not the be all end all. The rules, if we didn't break the rules, then we wouldn't need a resource consent. Rules in of themselves trigger the resource consent, which triggers the assessment process, which triggers today's proceeding. Just like any standard subdivision in a residential zone or the rural zone, those rules are merely mechanisms, tools, i.e. minimum allotment sizes. The structures plan itself is arguably a tool in terms of this is a general outcome, and that invokes an assessment of the policy framework. The policy is not telling the panel that you shall not have 160, you should not have more than 160 lots, or you shall have nothing up in that zone. So long as you're maintaining the relevant outcome, I would consider that we're not contrary to the policy framework. Just referring back to my summary, paragraph 12. I disagree with Mr. McIntosh's conclusion regarding the NPSUD and that it's not relevant. In my opinion, I consider that Cromwell is appropriately regarded as a Tier 3 urban environment and that Shannon Farm formed part of that wider urban environment as defined specifically by the NPSUD, irrespective of its rural lifestyle character. I consider that the NPSUD is relevant and that the proposal directly responds to the NPS's enabling direction by increasing the housing choice, as we heard from Mr. Colgrave. It responds to a demonstrated market demand. It makes efficient use of infrastructure that is already there and provides additional development capacity. Bit of a spelling mistake there, which is considered to have no more than minor adverse effects on the environment. The evidence of Mr. Colgrave and Mr. Croft demonstrates that the market conditions have evolved considerably since PC 14. And I note that PC 19 follows suit. While the structure plan inserted in the district plan reflected the best information available at the time, there is now a strong and demonstrable demand for smaller rural lifestyle allotments within Shannon Farm. In my opinion, the proposal represents that logical evolution of a consented development, albeit yet to be completed, that respond to the changing community needs while continuing to deliver the environmental outcomes that are envisaged by the policy framework for that zone. My day-to-day experience is that I see, I am approached on a day-to-day basis of people wanting to subdivide and realign boundaries to align with an ever-changing needs and desire of a community. And we'll see planners across the district will see a very consistent degree of inquiries, whether it's all of a sudden 15 people are asking for solar farms all at the same time. I wonder why people want solar farms versus, oh, next thing you know, everyone wants Airbnb travellers accommodation. The same is said with subdivision. We see on a day-to-day basis an evolution and a changing in needs and wants, and people are not wanting the larger blocks that they're having to maintain. This application is, to a certain extent, preempting a lot of those ad hoc subdivision applications that could be reasonably foreseeable by creating that master planned, considered, consolidated, integrated development all in one application. Paragraph 14, I consider that the Section 42A report places a disproportionate emphasis on the proposal departure from the original subdivision pattern, rather than assessing those environmental outcomes. When the proposal is considered in light of the evidence that we have submitted, as well as the economics evidence and the enabling direction of the NPSUD, and the objectives and policies of the planning framework as a whole, I conclude that the proposal represents a well-planned, appropriate evolution of Shannon Farm. I do not agree that the proposal is contrary to the district plan or the identified effects justifying declining consents.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. We have some questions for you. So you happy to take those?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So a couple of times you have talked about the Section 42A report placing disproportionate emphasis on the proposal's departure from the original subdivision pattern. And I'm interested in exploring that with you. In terms of if we have a directive policy that is bespoke and specific to a specific location with directive clauses within that policy, then how can it be a disproportionate planning response to place emphasis on those clauses and that direction?
My reference to the disproportional consideration, Commissioner, is from my reading of the Section 42A report, it's this idea of by virtue of being non-compliant with the allotment sizes, by being non-compliant with the predetermined layout of a structure plan, it's all of a sudden becomes a contrary proposal. But that's inherently what rules are for. Rules are to, obviously, they're the mechanisms in which to achieve the specific policies and the outcome. And so when I look at the policy, well,
carry on.
I appreciate that the policies are directive, and we can work our way through each of those individual policies. But fundamentally, I'm not in agreement that where the policy might say, for example, maintain the open and natural character and legibility of the rural life dial area 6. This is in policy 4418. By avoiding subdivision in no build areas unless it's, yes, that's a directive, but what's the outcome? And I think if the outcome is when we refer back to what the overall intent or the purpose of the zone and the objective as defined in 4310, it's about the protection of the ONL, which there's no disagreement between the landscape architect. It's about maintaining those values of SAL. And I think the illustration that was put on the screen, the visual simulation that shows the different colorations of this intensification, you can see you can see on the screen the legibility of SAL that's being maintained. You can continue to see that open space being retained. The no build area was devised on the idea of keeping development below that particular ridgeline, below the spur. That continued to be maintained. So I think the disproportional or the idea that I consider disproportionate weight being placed on some of these policies, it's this idea that just by being inconsistent with the density and the number of lots that are allowed by the rule, that become the focus. At least that's my interpretation.
Thank you. So I guess just starting from the, in orthodox planning interpretation of how plans are drafted, my understanding of an objective is that it sets an environmental outcome that is sought to be achieved. And then the policies then express how that outcome is to be achieved. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that, yes.
Yes. So if we now go to policy 4.4.18, if we're thinking about how significant amenity landscape might be maintained, for example, clause A requires that the subdivision and development is in general accordance with the structure plan. That's not a rule. We're not talking about a rule here. This is a directive policy, clause A. Do you agree that that is one way this policy directs that the objective can be achieved?
I agree that that's a directive policy. The key
Okay.
words in there, however, sorry, Commissioner.
Thank you. That is a directive policy. Yeah. And so moving now to clause C, adhering to minimum and average allotment sizes for subdivision. Do you agree that that is also a directive clause within the policy?
That is a directive, yes, yeah.
Thank you. And moving through to We've also got avoiding subdivision in the area outside of the no build area unless, and clause C talks about avoiding adverse effects. Do you also view that as a directive policy?
It provides some direction, yes, it does.
So I guess what I'm getting at is I'm having difficulty recognising your planning response, your planning opinion, where it's well established in case law, in plan drafting and in plan interpretation, that a policy is an expression of how an objective is achieved. And I've been hearing, and correct me if I've misunderstood you, but I've been hearing you saying that those policies aren't relevant to our consideration. And I'm just not certain that's correct. I would appreciate you just correcting me if I've misunderstood you.
Thanks for your comments, Commissioner. I think, yeah, I'm not disregarding the policies. If that's was that the question specifically? Am I disregarding the policies?
Well, yes, because you've made a couple of statements that the section footage away report places disproportionate emphasis on the proposal's departure. And I guess my point is we have a very directive policy. And if the proposal departs from it, the proposal departs from it, is that debatable? That's what I'm saying. And it's a different, we're not talking about our interpretation of the rules. We're looking at the policy constraint that is in front of us. And that's the challenge that we have to recognise, well, to be able to reconcile that policy constraint with what's proposed. And I'm just not, I guess what I'm hearing from you doesn't accord with my understanding of orthodox planning interpretation.
I understand, Commissioner. So I think, just trying to think about the best way to respond to this, because you've referred to 3 quite specific clauses. So I guess perhaps it's just very conscious of the time, but in terms of 4418A, appreciate that it does provide it requires a subdivision to be undertaken in general accordance with the structure plan. General accordance, in my view, when I look at the structure plan, it has this idea of obviously it has certain zonations, certain zones, but it doesn't have obviously specific allotment layouts or arrangements within that. Those specific allotments were determined through the 2022 subdivision consent by way of controlled activity. And obviously the survey has gone through a process of being able to fit the lots within that. So I think fundamentally, in terms of if I may share my screen once more. We can see that, oh, sorry, it's not up yet. We can see that the structure plan is obviously certain areas demarcated for certain activities. It's obviously spatially drawn within reason. It's relatively accurate, but it's spatially drawn in the sense that it's the following subdivision that will come through. And so what I'm trying to get at there is I think at the end of the day, it still has this idea of say, a graduated response up the hillside, but it's not inherently, we're not inherently putting forward a proposal that would suggest that all of a sudden you've got residential activities up high up into the elevated slopes of the RLA6. So my comment, I think, in response to that 4418A is that a structure plan is again, it's a tool that provides general guidance and direction in terms of where development should be directed towards. I think, yeah. Sorry, Commissioner, I'm just saying if you were going to say something there, but that's fine.
Oh, no, thank you. I was just acknowledging that you'd addressed that clause for us. Thank you.
Yeah. Subsection C, adhering to minimum average allotment sizes for subdivision. I think we have to just remember that the allotment sizes has been separated out by way of lifestyle zones. And so you'll have 1,500 to say 3,000 average of 2 for the RL lifestyle 1. Then you'll have, then it graduates up to larger allotment sizes. While the proposal is seeking to intensify development, it will inevitably create a departure to those specific lifestyle zones in terms of the density. And I confirm in my evidence that we're not consistent with that subclause. But we're not promoting subdivision density that is inconsistent with the general expectation in that zone, which is as you move your way through the lower parts of the subdivision, you're bypassing 1,500 square metre lots up to say 2,000, 3,000. These lots have been refined, as Mr. Colgrave has pointed out. They've been refined in order of market demand to be somewhere that is more appropriate for the Cromwell community without departing from those landscape values that Mr. Milne has spoken to. So I agree that that's a directive, but I wouldn't agree that just by being inconsistent with the policies that's adhering to the minimum and average allotment sizes, that we are all of a sudden contrary with that proposal. That would, if that chain of thought was to take priority, then that would suggest that perhaps a subdivision in the RLA1, which is say 1,400 square metres and not 1,500, is all of a sudden contrary and therefore shouldn't be acceptable. So I'm in full agreement that they provide direction, but they provide direction to the outcome under 4.3.10. I should probably just round off by speaking to Q. Yeah, once again, avoiding subdivision in the area outside of the no-build area unless it's for ecological reasons, for dwellings, and for dwellings that have been approved, and then it has subclause C. In respect of A and B, the subdivision will avoid adverse effects on and maintain the legibility and open natural character of the RLA 6 and will not result in a delineation of boundaries through fencing and planting. So I mentioned before that there's still another layer of consenting that's required for dwellings. They require the submission of landscape plans. They require the consideration of that delineation. In many cases, you might find that a developer will have a structure landscaping plan that they might impose themselves that would be protected. That's not the case here. That's been ingrained in the consent or in the rule framework with direction, so to speak, in terms of how that should look. So when we do lodge those resource consent applications, we're at least trying to remain cognizant of the values that the SAL is that we're trying to maintain in SAL.
Thank you. And in your interpretation of that clause, subclause C, where it says will avoid adverse effects, we've heard from Mr. Milne that the proposal results in low to moderate adverse effects from a landscape perspective. So how do you reconcile this proposal being consistent with that clause in your mind?
Yeah, so low to moderate would, based on the conversion, I suppose, to the RMA framework, that equates to no more than minor.
This clause doesn't say no more than minor, though, does it? It says avoid adverse effects, presumably of any scale. How would you read that? I'm just curious as to the drafting of this clause, how it ended up to be.
Yeah, it's I think that can be one of the complexities. Commissioner was quite long-winded, descriptive policies, is that there could be some competing elements here and there. But I think, yeah, from my perspective, again, we're not suggesting, or I'm not suggesting that we are entirely consistent with every single limb, but then it's taking that broader holistic approach of, well, when we consider, particularly with the evolution of Cromwell itself, in terms of the changing face of the legislative framework, where, you know, the NPSUD was determined at PC 14 as not being applicable, now being determined as we're taking it, well, in my opinion, it is applicable. And all of those planning decisions need to take account, not just the district planning framework, but regional and also that of national policy statement. But I think fundamentally, I think I need to just draw the commissioners back to in terms of the magnitude of effects. We're looking at we can already appreciate that one residential dwelling can sit above the road, and the architecture of the policies has some wording in there in terms of the avoidance of subdivision, but of course that's not all encompassing. Avoid subdivision unless. So if we were to go through the process of a dwelling and get that approved under 474XI, we've met that threshold. The point that I'm trying to make, Commissioner, is that it's not prohibited up in that location. A dwelling up in that location outside of the platform is discretionary. The policies are directive, of course. They're directive towards the objective framework. And we've established what that objective framework is.
Thank you. And in relation to clause P, this is around complementing rather than competing with urban areas in the district by providing a focus on rural living activities. And you would have heard me ask the question of Mr. Colgrave around that we might be interested in a further analysis from him. I'm uncertain if you've covered this in your analysis. I don't think I saw it in the table of objectives and policies. But it's certainly a concern that Mr. McIntosh has raised in his report. So have you, can you point to that in your evidence, or are you able to talk to us about that now?
I would, just whether I've explicitly said it, Commissioner, in my evidence, I would need to go back, but I think if I may, it may help if I give you an overview. You'll be familiar with the district plan zoning as it is, but it's probably important just to provide a quick snapshot of where the different zones are and what that means and how that reconciles with the idea of complementing. So we can see the subject is in, if you can see my cursor, it's in this purple dotted line here up in the top left of my screen.
Yes.
Surrounding that is the red box. That's rural residential notation. There is no minimum allotment size in that zone, just an average of 2 hectares. By way of an example, we can give you countless examples of 4 hectare blocks split up into 2 as a controlled activity. Again, no minimum allotment size, and if I zoom in, you can see quite a significance and variation in terms of densities. So that's the rural resource area, that's the rural residential notation. That's the highest level of rural living, so to speak, in my opinion, and somewhat flexible. Then within this context, you've got 2 large lot residential zones, the only large lot residential zone within the confines of the Kawerau Mata'o. And this down along Bannockburn Road is dissected in 2. You've got precinct 2, large lot precinct 2, which is 4,000 square metre minimum, and then you've got along the full extent of which is Beach Road, you've got large lot residential, which is 1,500 square metres. So just within the close proximity of Cromwell itself, you've only effectively got 2 large lot zones that provide 1,500 or 4,000. The subdivision continues to provide up to, without referencing specific numbers, in the order of about 3,000 to 4,000. Where in the zone, where in the district plan are 3,000 provided for? That's in this one area up in this location, which is Leyser. This is large lot precinct 2, I believe, from memory. These contemplate a minimum subdivision size of 3,000 square metres. Beyond that, within this context, it's a mixture of dark orange and light orange. The dark being medium density, 200 square metre minimum, the light orange being 400. So I agree with Mr. Colgrave's assessment that when you think about the land, resource and the availability in terms of the zoning itself, I wouldn't take the view that another 44 lots within the context of what the market wants is competing, given that that particular zone doesn't inherently exist anywhere else. If the market is after 3,000, 4,000 square metre lots, that can be achieved by way of further subdivision in the rural residential notation, albeit on a very small and delayed and prolonged period of time. It takes time to do the 2-lot subdivision, 3-lot subdivision. This is providing capacity in line with the NPSUD in a relatively, I won't say instantaneous, but in a manner that is obviously a lot, it will be realised quicker. But I think that the proposal well and truly is consistent with the idea of complementing rather than competing.
Thank you. And so we'll have another couple of questions, and then I think we probably should break for lunch.
Yeah, apologies.
So you said then that you agreed with Mr. Colgrave's conclusions on this issue. However, Mr. Colgrave said to us that he hadn't yet undertaken that assessment in terms of competition. So I'm not sure how you could agree with his conclusion if he's not actually undertaken that part of the assessment, because we've got that on our list of potential assessment for him to do for us. So I'm just
trying to think back, but his evidence refers to complementing. He may not have undertaken. He might not have undertaken.
Yeah, I don't think his evidence actually explored our question. And so it might be that we ask you to also comment from a planning, from a planning response to Mr. Colgrave's views, perhaps might be the best way to go.
I'm happy to provide any further advice. I guess just as a preliminary comment here of commissioners, that his evidence refers to the to complementing these developments rather than competing. When I put my planning lens on it, I was in total agreement with those comments in terms of the assessment that I've just walked you through online here.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I think, there might be a kind of nuanced related point that we're also interested in. Thank you.
Potentially.
And my final question for now is, in the policy, there's no reference to market demand or consumer preference within the policy. Your understanding?
I would disagree with that, Commissioner, on the basis that the objective 431 talks about providing for the wellbeing of the community, economically, social, cultural. So I think when we think about the wider picture, I mean, the underlying purpose of the rural zone, it reflects the Part 2 of the RMA. So while the directives, the 4418s or the 4310 wouldn't suggest you must provide for market demand, what about economic wellbeing?
Thank you. Yes, I understand what you're saying. I'm just if you could just focus on the question that I asked, the policy itself. The policy does not refer to. Thank you. I understand the intention of the objective. I understand the outcome it's seeking to achieve. But what I'm asking you is the policy itself doesn't refer to market demand. That's not a mechanism that's built into this policy. Thank you.
Yeah. But so my direct response to that is no, I don't believe the direct policy says market demand.
Thank you. So we do have more questions for you, Mr. Woodward, but I'm just mindful of time and needing to have a bit of lunch. But I think we're a good way through our questions, the key issues anyhow. So perhaps if we adjourn now for. We had 1 hour. So if we come back at 2:10, or maybe it's 45 minutes.
45 minutes.
Yeah, let's do 45 minutes. We'll see you. We'll see you at 5 to 2. That suits everybody. Is it okay? Thank you. Here, Marie, everybody. Thank you. I hope you had a good break. We'll resume the hearing and with Mr. Woodward. Welcome back, and I'm going to hand over to Ms. Justice to ask you some questions now. Thank you.
Thank you.
How holding up?
Sorry, what was that, Commissioner?
How is your health holding up? How are you feeling?
Oh yeah, no. I'm feeling good. Without going into details, the following day is generally better. So yeah. Thank you for being concerned.
I've got a few questions on your Appendix D, which is the assessment of the PSUD.
I've got that in front of me. Yeah.
The first one is objective 3, which is concerned with regional or developing regional policy statements and district plans. I'm just wondering why you think that's relevant to this resource consent process.
That objective is quite specific towards the drafting, isn't it, Commissioner, in terms of regional policies and district plans? Yeah. I suppose typically when I'm doing an objectives and policies assessment, in some cases I try to definitely do a bit more than if I wanted to cover everything just from past experiences. And I think at the end of the day, I went through that particular policy and just had a look at the specifics of what it's trying to achieve, and just came to a conclusion that I felt that this proposal would be consistent with it, with the intent or the objectives, even though those objectives are supposed to be for the drafting of policy statements and district plans.
But more likely consistent with it if it was a plan change.
Yeah.
Objective 6, which starts off with local authority decisions on urban development. And you assess that policy as well. This subdivision in front of us today is a subdivision of the rural resource area and the rural lifestyle ones. I'm unsure why you think that would be urban development.
So the question there, Commissioner Justice, is why I don't think it's urban development, or
why you think that policy, that objective is relevant when the subdivision is for the rural area? And it's not really an urban development.
yeah, I see. Yeah, local authority decisions on urban development that affect urban environments. I've assessed that under the definitions of urban environments. And so urban environments, I believe it was discussed earlier today, just in terms of that definition, which you might have pockets obviously of lifestyle, but in terms of the definition, it's not restricted to specific geographical statistical boundaries or anything like that. So I suppose in that context, that's how I've reviewed it specifically. But yeah, when I read the urban environment definitions, yeah, any area of land that is or intended to be predominantly urban in character and is intended to be part of that housing and labour market of 10,000 or more.
So do you think this particular proposal is urban development?
I think it's part of the urban environment. So I would say it's a rural lifestyle catchment. So it's probably not urban in the plain ordinary sense of the word. Certainly has all the aspects of it in terms of the infrastructure and the roading all being public council vested. But I've really just kept my focus on urban environment, and then when I talk about the policies or the objectives or the effects assessment, just recognising that there is that rural residential ilk to it.
Thanks for that response. I'm just scrolling through my questions on screen.
That's okay.
I'm conscious that I'm looking at you on the screen, but it's probably not where the camera is. So
yeah, it's right in the middle somewhere. Yeah, there you go.
I looked up there.
Oh, there. Yeah.
Perfect. you've answered my questions on that appendix. I've got a few others unless you want to go back to your.
Yeah, I can,
these now,
yeah,
and mine are a bit more general.
I've got a general question really. Mr. Woodward, we heard from Ms. Everly today around her submissions on the precedent effect, or not effect per se, but whether plan integrity may be compromised or not. I don't think your evidence covered that, but do correct me if I've missed it. Do you have an opinion on that aspect of the proposal?
You're correct, Commissioner. I don't think I've got a specific sentence in there in relation to integrity per se. From my perspective, yeah, so it's this idea, isn't it, in terms of the risk of decisions undermining future or providing that pathway for future decision. As I understand it from the case law, relying on the legal advice, certainly you're not compelled to rely on earlier decision, but I'm sensing that perhaps the concern would be if we were to depart from the structure plan framework, does that mean that all other structure plans or similar could be subject to a similar degree of, say, variation? My opinion on that, Commissioner, is that ultimately it'll come down to the assessment at hand. And I think if so long as we are satisfied, or so long as the decision maker is satisfied that the relevant effects and to a degree, achieving the relevant outcomes of that particular structure plan is met, my expectation would be that any future application that sort of seeks to go down a similar route would be subject to the same threshold and scrutiny that we're going through today. So it's a similar opinion that I have with subdivision. I wouldn't inherently say that a undersized subdivision paves the way for proliferation of similar application. They would still need to stand up on their own merits.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And so you would have heard our conversation earlier with Mr. Milne about the potential for incremental kind of creep up the slope, if you like. So are you suggesting that if this consent were granted, and I think I've heard you correctly that your opinion is that a precedent would not be set, if a like application was to come before a planning panel again, you don't think a precedent would be set? And that's, are you saying that, do you see what I'm saying there?
Yeah. I think my answer was broadly focused on, say, another structure plan area, but I see where you're going, Commissioner. You're sort of talking about.
Yeah, it's both. I think you did correctly focus on the other, the principle of structure plans generally, that being a mechanism that the plan uses, but also in the specific context of this case, whether there's a risk there as well in terms of incremental shift or creep.
Incremental future application potentially, yeah. I think at the end of the day, there isn't inherently anything that says no, you can't apply for another consent for anything above or further up the hillside. So there is definitely that mechanism, in my view, that you could at least apply for consent, but I think it will just be a question around cumulative effects of that application if it were to eventuate. You had a question from Mr. Milne as to whether his thought process went as far as considering those limits, and certainly within the wider project team, it's all about looking at that master plan and thinking, is it appropriate to go into these locations when we recognise that we previously determined that the legibility and the open space was important. So I think that if a future application was to eventuate, Commissioner, it would be subject to that cumulative consideration.
Thank you. That's helpful. Appreciate your response there to that question. Thank you, Ms. Justice.
Going back to one of the rules that you mentioned earlier in your presentation today, you were talking through the requirement for landscape plans to be part of resource control activity, resource consent applications for dwellings. I just want to clarify, does that requirement also apply to RLA 6? Because there's a different rule for buildings that applies to RLA 6 and it's a discretionary rule. Wasn't clear to me if the requirements under the controlled activity rule will also apply to RLA 6.
Good question, Commissioner. I think just to give you an accurate advice, I just need about 30 seconds just to quickly scroll through.
Okay, I mean, you can provide it later if something in writing is a bit easier or more accurate.
Yeah. There is the separate controlled activity area rule that relates to the RLA 6. That is attached to the subdivision control, and I just wonder whether that's the building platform condition that you're referring to. That's Roman numeral VII. But otherwise, just having.
The rule that I was referring to is the one that's in the policy.
I'd probably have to work through it, Commissioner. Yeah, probably have to just go through and step it out. Yeah.
Quite complicated, leaps around.
Yeah.
Another question, consent is sought for the subdivision because there is a rule in the plan that says any subdivision that's not in general accordance, maybe not in accordance with the structure plan, requires resource consent. And then just going back to the conversation you were having with my colleague earlier about whether or not in relation to the policy that says you must be in general accordance with the structure plan. I think your view is conclusion was that this proposal is not inconsistent with that policy, so not inconsistent with the structure plan. I just wanted to know what point you would think a proposal was contrary to the structure plan, what that might look like. I'm just wanting to get an idea of
So
inconsistent versus contrary.
if I go down a tangent, just snap me out of it. But contrary is in my view something that is completely at odds. You can potentially be inconsistent to a degree, but whether that means you're inherently contrary overall, I wouldn't take that particular view. I think contrary would be I haven't got the definition in front of me. I should take 30 seconds to look it up. But I think my recollection of is effectively if it was effectively not the polar opposite, but inherently at odds. And I think to have boundaries of a subdivision scheme plan that or allotment areas that are not, I guess, a significant departure, so to speak. How would one define significant? I wouldn't go as far as saying that would be contrary. Certainly a degree of inconsistency for sure. But when I think about the word contrary and inconsistent, that's why I've been quite particular about how I use those terms. And obviously I'd only talk about the contrary component in the context of 104D. I'm happy for you to expand on that question or just there, because I don't know if I answered it actually.
Yeah, I think that was quite good. Yeah.
Yeah.
By defining what you see as contrary as being completely at odds with it. That makes some sense to me.
That's a very concise, succinct.
This page 54 of your evidence where you discuss rural character effects.
Paragraph 54, sorry.
Yeah. You've said in there that you don't agree with the section 42A report author's conclusion that there will be significant effects. I don't think you made a conclusion as to what you considered the adverse effects on rural character would be. Then not significant.
Yeah, no.
That's something you've got a view on that you can express now?
I'm happy to, I actually agree with what you're saying there, Commissioner, in the sense that I've just made a reference in terms of my position with the section 42A and not included a formalisation statement. Do you want me to give you what I would have written, or do you want me to provide that in a minute?
A minute? Yeah. I think a minute would be
I'm
useful.
happy to provide it in a
Hang on,
minute
no.
if you like.
That'd be quite good. It'd be great to know whether you thought that were the minor, no more than minor.
Yeah.
And sort of partly related to rural character, I suppose. I don't think there was any consideration of the boundary setbacks encroachment in your evidence as well.
Sorry, Commissioner, could you repeat that? So the boundary setbacks.
I think there's 3 lots in the application where there's going to be a breach of the boundary setbacks for the building platforms. And
I
on
believe
the
that is the
external.
case. Yeah, 118, 125, 127. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm just curious as to whether you think they would also have some impact on rural character and also any reverse sensitivity effects because they adjoin a parcel of land.
So your question is twofold. Any potential effects on rural character and any potential reverse sensitivity. So I think starting with the reverse sensitivity point. So they are subject to I guess private provisions, covenants. Mr. Crofty's not here, so he wouldn't be able to refer to it, but they continue to be binding. But then the site continues to sit within the sound insulation. I can't share my screen because the thing's turned off, but on the structure plan, there are some dotted lines that denote the, oh, here we go.
Okay.
And I actually believe that Mr. Buchanan's actually overlaid the structure plan somewhere in his document, but just for the sake of efficiency, we're sort of talking in this area here where they are subject to some noise limitation. Admittedly, when I look at that, it's probably fair to say that that relates to horticultural activity down here, doesn't it, in terms of its graduated contour-like arrangement, as opposed to the rural land to the immediate east, which is owned by another party. That land is currently subject to pasture, and as you would have seen in some of the photos, it's also hillside. It's been subject to low intensity grazing, as I understand, for an extended period of time. I don't think a building that is, say, 10 metres closer to a rural resource area boundary is going to have a material impact on reverse sensitivity. I don't think one would inherently go, goodness me, if I'm 10 metres closer, it's going to create some concern with cows or something. So that's my response for reverse sensitivity. I do not consider that would be the case. In terms of rural amenity, that's an interesting one. I suppose I would say that there could be some degree of undermining rural amenity if there was if it was to potentially be in a situation where it was going to create, I suppose, a conflict with the open space in that immediate vicinity. And I think at the moment, because it is still classified as rural resource area, which has a requirement for if it was to be subdivided, the minimum density is 2 hectares, so long as the average is 8 hectares. I probably wouldn't take the view that there would be a rural amenity compromisation. I think things like the open space and the general ilk of that hillside will continue to exhibit its characteristics that it provides today.
And I'm aware that the landowner didn't submit on the application as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Woodward. That's all the questions for now. You are staying around for the next.
I'll
Wow.
be here till the end. Yeah.
Right. Lovely. And thank you for answering all our questions. I know we had some pretty niggly planning issues in there to test. So appreciate that. Thank you.
That's all right. Appreciate it.
Okay. Where's my schedule? Right, so that takes us back around to council staff. Ms. Harshy and Mr. McIntosh, thank you for waiting so patiently today. Hopefully you've been able to tune in and listen to all the dialogue and questions and answers that we've gone through. Mr. McIntosh, how would you like to approach this session? Would it be useful if Ms. Harshy responded to landscape matters prior to you responding to planning, or do you have a preference?
I'm happy to go with whatever the panel prefers. I mean, my view is that's the order that we've gone in already today, so it probably makes sense to do that, and I can hopefully provide a sort of wrap up of everything through the planning lens at the end.
Thank you. Okay. Welcome, Ms. Harshy. Thank you for being here. We have heard from Mr. Milne and Ms. Everly, legal counsel, today around some of the landscape issues in the peer review report. And there was a comment that you had made some corrections to an initial error, and I can see that in the revised report that you had made those revisions. However, there's some residual concern from the applicant's perspective that has not resulted in any material changes to your assessment. And so I am interested in hearing from you what your comment is to that, and talk us through anything you think we need to be aware of in that respect, please.
So kia ora, my name's Megan Harshay. I'm a principal landscape architect in Queenstown for Bofema School, and I've been living in the area for 14 years and have undertaken peer reviews for QRDC and CODC. So yes, correct. I did review my view regarding the visibility from the Cromwell Township. And that derived from when I initially undertook my first site visit, I incorrectly assumed that height poles would be up on site. There were none at my original review. When I issued obviously my peer review, there was some concerns from Mr. Milne around some of the visibility there. So we convened and agreed that we would get some poles put up, and we met on site together. And we drove around as well and just discussed those views. I did, following that, I obviously accepted that the proposal was not visible from the township viewpoints, and I had been incorrectly looking at the site from there. However, it didn't change or alter my overall opinion regarding RLA 6. My concerns were never dependent on visibility from Cromwell Township, and you'll see from the original assessment peer review, that those views were deemed low anyway. The basis of my evidence remained that the proposal introduced a development pattern within RLA 6 that was inconsistent with the structure plan's gradient density framework that reduced, in my mind, the openness and legibility of the SAL. So in other words, I changed my opinion where the evidence warranted the change on the visibility, but it didn't fundamentally alter the conclusion that the RLA 6 proposal results in adverse effects on openness and legibility and the intended landscape transition that are greater than I consider appropriate. I'm not sure if that, hopefully that answers your...
Yes, thank you. And so just explain that to me once more. So from a visual perspective, you were less concerned with those effects in any case. And so what you're saying is that your revision to your the visibility from the Cromwell Township then didn't alter your conclusion in relation to RLA6, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So the addition of me commenting on the township was that I had considered that it hadn't been included, and that I deemed that the effects were low. So obviously I corrected that, but that didn't fundamentally impact the overall conclusion, which I guess where Mr. Milne and I disagree is on the landscape character and the openness and the adverse effects on that. It's not the visibility.
Thank you. In terms of the visibility poles, so when you did a site visit, was there one in each of the proposed lots?
Yes, there was one in the centre of each building platform.
Right. So something's clearly happened.
So 17.
17 poles. There was definitely not 16 poles.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
so something's happened. Maybe they've fallen over. I don't know, but just before I've got some specific questions of you in relation to your assessment, but before I go to those, you may have heard us talk to Mr. Milne about visual simulations of any future built form. Is that something that you considered? It's not, and I can't remember seeing it in your peer review as being something that would be advantageous. Do you think there's merit in that approach? Would it add much for our benefit?
I mean, I guess visual simulations obviously assist the panel with understanding visibility and scale of development. And they're a useful visualization tool. However, I'm unsure if it would resolve the differences between Mr. Milne and myself and what we disagree on. And I say that because the disagreement isn't about whether the development can be seen, nor how many dwellings are visible from particular viewpoints. And we generally actually agree on the visual effects that they range from low to low moderate. It's just that the key differences relates to the effects of their proposal on the openness and the coherence of LA6, and whether the proposal maintains the landscape pattern anticipated under the structure plan.
Thank you. And so when you're talking about the effects of the proposal on the openness,
yes,
that requires a level of visual assessment in order to see where the delineations are. So
yeah. I mean, I guess I felt quite comfortable that I could interpret the intended outcome of that development based on the graphic attachment that Mr. Milne had provided, the 2 site visits, and some discussions that we'd had back and forward around visibility and understanding obviously what is being built there currently and what the intended output is. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Right, I've got some questions here. Just bear with me. Right, so at paragraph 8.5 of your revised peer review.
Yes.
You have a statement here about the proposal creating a continuous domestic edge on the Sal foothills.
Mm-hmm.
And it's clear to us that the road already forms a hard boundary between the development and the open cell.
Yeah.
And I think it was the applicant's argument, and indeed I'm pretty sure Mr. Milne's assessment was that this simply shifts that hard boundary slightly.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm interested in how you can you explain to us how the proposed lots create a materially different or more prominent boundary than what already exists by the hard road?
Yes. Okay. I'm just going to grab up some of my notes here. Sorry. Yeah. So I guess it's not. Yes, there was obviously design controls that are also anticipated as part of this development, and I I don't think that it's about whether the development is well designed, which would mean that it would be in keeping with the existing development, and I guess there's an argument that it's attached to it, etc. But it's around the appropriateness and the location and where the structure plan was anticipated a single allotment. And my understanding is that that single allotment was around maintaining a transition from development up until up towards the SAL, and there's been a big discussion today around that the upper and mid slopes are the kind of key valuable spaces, or sorry, areas within that slope. But I guess when I consider that and the level of domestication that would come with an additional 16 allotments on top of the one that was there already, if the concern was around, if the concern was only around the mid to upper slopes, then there would have been little reason for RLA 6 to be held as a single allotment. The structure plan would have just simply relied on, in my mind, a no build area. And instead, the planning framework restricted the density anticipated within that RLA 6. And in my view, that demonstrates that the development pattern and openness across the whole of RLA 6 was important considerations, and not just the protection of the upper slopes, and that it was really important to maintain that transition. Also bearing in mind that I guess a road is perceived, you know, on kind of ground level, whereas introducing a new band of development, yes, there was always anticipated to have one allotment, but to have 17 does have impact on the overall openness of that site.
Thank you. Paragraph 8.10.
Yeah.
So here you're talking about PC 14 and policy 4418N. And you're talking about a very limited area for future building platform elsewhere. And then that subdivision is only contemplated via strict gateways. Can you explain or describe your understanding of that policy framework from a landscape perspective in terms of how it's designed to function? Yeah.
Yeah. If I understand correctly, I guess I would answer that is, I mean, my understanding is that based on that policy, that any area outside of that no build area needs to demonstrate that the open natural character of that RLA 6 is to be maintained. And through that, you need to kind of go through the process, I guess, of understanding you know, visual impacts, which are you know, important, but equally the landscape character and openness and the adverse effects on that.
Thank you. And so have you come across any policy frameworks akin to this in
no.
Nice. Okay. Thank you. Let's check if Ms. Justice has questions for you. I'm just scrolling through my notes.
Yeah.
Any questions ready?
Yep, I do.
Thank you.
Your paragraph 8.7, and bear in mind my paragraph numbers are the version with the track changes. So I'm not sure if the paragraph
I've got that one open. Yeah.
Okay. So at 8.7, you're discussing indirect adverse effects on the ONL. And I think you were commenting that applicant's application didn't consider these. I just wondered if you could expand on what you mean by these indirect adverse effects on the ONL.
I guess it wasn't. I mean, I guess we all agree that it's not within an ONL. and that the ONL sits adjacently and to the development. That's obviously the SAL. So in my view, again, it comes back to that transition area within that SAL, and that, I guess, the cumulative effects of that. And does this then set a precedent for future development consents, etc., that start extending it further and further up, and then you start getting closer and closer to the ONL.
And do you have a view, I mean, do you think there are adverse effects and indirect adverse effects on the ONL, and how would you score those?
No, I think it's more around the SAL that the focus is on. It was just that, I guess, best practices to mention adjacent ONLs and discuss those.
We heard from Mr. Mill today, and his evidence was that 36 hectares remains in the balance lot, and that will continue to maintain openness and rural spaciousness.
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of what you call the transition function of that open space, can a 36 hectare balance lot still provide a transition in terms of that function?
I mean, just on paper, when you're looking at a number, you would say yes. I guess the question is, though, is when you put that into reality and where this is located. Again, although, there's been a big discussion around the sensitive sites, part of the slope is more uphill. This location still builds as part of that SAL and still sits at the base of it. And where there was one allotment, there's now 17 proposed, which is the domestication level of that compared to just one will significantly change the openness, in my view. There is, things like residential planting, fence lines, washing lines, sheds, etc., which, yes, you could say within a single allotment that you could still have that, but you wouldn't be having the scale and the quantity of them.
Okay.
I did one question. At the end of your report, you had some conditions what would be applied in the event that consent was granted. That applied to RLL 3, and didn't notice any for RLL 6. Was there a reason?
No. I mean, I didn't have suggested conditions for RL6 because my conclusion was that consent should not be granted. So I didn't waste time creating conditions for that until if and when a decision was made on that.
That suggests that you think consent will be granted for the proposal as it relates to RLL 3 and 4.
Yes, there was no disagreement on my behalf on the effects of RLA 3 and 4, and I agree with Mr. Milne on that. And that was, I agree that consent could be granted from a landscape point of view, obviously.
Thank you, Ms. Hashi. That's been very helpful. Appreciate your responses. And so I guess one thing to just cover off is if there's any area of your peer review that you wish to alter, having heard what you've heard today, are there any further comments or anything additional you feel that the panel should be aware of?
No.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
And Mr. McIntosh.
Yeah, thanks, commissioners. I have, during the lunch break, been madly finishing off some typed notes, which I intend to sort of read from now. I've emailed those through to Ms. Dick, and I'm happy for those to be tabled if that's the appropriate thing to do. Otherwise, I'll just read from them now.
In my email, do you want me to print them for you to have? Or are you happy with?
That would, or even online, yeah, so we can follow those as
I will.
Mr. McIntosh is talking,
I will
and also to please.
I will email that through to everyone right now.
So just to clarify before, so this is your kind of your review of recommendation report that you
Yes, yeah.
notify the form, or is these just notes? What are we?
They're notes, and like I said, I intend to sort of read from them, but given that, you know, they are pretty extensive, I thought it might be helpful for everyone if they've got a copy of those to sort of follow along with. Some of them I've been preparing prior to the hearing, and some of it I've been adding to today as I've listened. So there will be parts of it that I think I don't really need to go into because they've already been explored pretty comprehensively today. But yeah, other parts I'll stick pretty much to it. And hopefully that will preempt some of your questions for me. But obviously as we go along, if you have any questions, I'm happy to take those as I go along or at the end, whatever suits.
Thank you. We're just waiting for that document to arrive in our inboxes.
To Sarah as well.
So just,
I have it.
you've got it. You received that?
No.
Oh, here it goes.
Yes, that's come through. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if you've got those there, I mean, I'll launch straight in, but I won't go verbatim through it. But in terms of the consent triggers, Mr. Woodward and I are on the same page. The only real contention, I think, is around the sightline standards. That's been traversed pretty extensively already today, so I won't go into that again now unless you have any particular questions for me on that matter. The other sort of, I guess, evolution since I wrote my 42A report is in relation to the NES contaminated soils. Mr. Woodward's attached some further evidence to his, in relation to that, to his evidence. Now, those PSIs and DSIs don't specifically address the RLA 6, but I do think that they provide sufficient information that we can now reasonably conclude that the subject land isn't a piece of land for the purpose of the NESCS. And as such, I agree with Mr. Woodward that there's no further trigger for consent under the NESCS. Skip past the sightline issue unless you have any questions for me on that matter. I think we already went through that this morning though.
Well, thank you. Yep, you can skip that bit.
So moving on to the landscape and character effects. I agree with Mr. Woodward that the assessment should focus on resulting landscape and character outcomes rather than purely allotment numbers in isolation. However, I don't agree that my assessment treats the number of allotments as an end in themselves. In this case, the increase from one lot within a discrete, one lot with a building platform within a discrete area designated for an area for future building platform, to 17 allotments with platforms extending right along the lower slopes is relevant. Because as we heard from Ms. Archie, this enables a materially different development pattern with dwellings, platforms, curtilage areas, earthworks, and domestic activity spreading right along the lower reaches of that slope, and importantly on the northern side of the internal roadways, which currently form that sort of border between the more developed areas and the more open RLA 6. The no build area is only one component of Plan Change 14's response to the higher sensitivity within this part of the site. The structure plan also identifies the area for future building platform and importantly stipulates that RLA 6 remain as a single lot. As such, I think it's fair to say that while some domestic development was anticipated in this area, that was generally limited to a single lot with built form of a scale with that single lot. Not 17 lots and all their associated activity. In my opinion, retaining the no build area doesn't in itself demonstrate that the more intensive development now proposed achieves the outcomes that were intended for the RLA 6, nor for Rural Resource Area 5 more broadly. In respect to character effects, Mr. Woodward's position seems at least in part to be that the effects are largely internalised, and because of this, they're acceptable, because the overall development will remain largely unaltered when viewed from the surrounding environment. I disagree with this approach. The point I'd like to make here, Commissioners, is that I think it is important here because the references to internalised have been thrown about a bit in the evidence. This proposal and internalised effects obviously carries connotations in planning parlance. So this proposal is different from other resource consenting scenarios where effects may be generally disregarded because they're internalised to the applicant's own site. So for example, situations where an applicant proposes a building that's centrally located on a large rural site and it's not visible from anywhere beyond the applicant's own property, then typically, we'd disregard those effects, given that they're only experienced by the applicant themselves. What we have here is a very different scenario. In this case, we're considering changes in character to an entire neighbourhood. A neighbourhood that comprises separately owned residential lots, vested roads, shared open spaces, and as such, internalised effects cannot be isolated to just the developer themselves and should not be disregarded simply because they're unlikely to be experienced from the surrounding environment.
I'll just jump in and ask a question on that.
Sure.
Is that because some of the lots at Shannon Farm have been sold already?
I think that's an important aspect to that, and that is indeed the case. So already when you consider Shannon Farm, it is not the developer's site exclusively. There's already, can't remember the exact number we heard today, 45 or so lots that have been sold. So presumably that's now 45. Some of those might be owned by the same owner, I don't know, but the point is there's certainly more private owners involved in that site than just the developer. Beyond that, though, the situation's fundamentally different where we're considering this sort of neighbourhood development with public roads and all the rest of it going through it than just an activity occurring within a single private property. I wanted to stress that point because internalized effects carry that connotation, and I want to make sure that, at least from my view, it's important that we draw that distinction, and that there aren't those grounds in this case that, where we should be disregarding effects because, the character of the neighbourhood's not being experienced by people from the surrounding environment. And in terms of character, it's also, I think, relevant to note when you're thinking about neighbourhood character, inevitably that character is experienced from within that neighbourhood. Sorry.
Mr. McIntosh, just while you're there, I'll just jump in. In terms of your assessments on those matters, to what extent have you considered that there are no submissions in opposition to these issues? Is that would be quite an important consideration for your assessment?
Well, no, I don't necessarily think that it is very, the lack of, I think there's a real risk always in the resource consenting space to read too much into a lack of submissions. It's my opinion that a lack of submissions is just that, and there could be a wide range of reasons why people haven't submitted on a particular application, ranging from, simple awareness of it, the timing of the notification, all sorts of circumstances at the time. I think there's a real risk from reading into any particular meaning into a lack of submissions.
Would you acknowledge that it's an indicator?
I would take meaning from submissions either for or against. A lack of submissions, I wouldn't read into that one way or the other. There's a range of reasons for that, and I mean, I do come to this a little later in my notes, but I'm not sure if it's the case in this situation, and it may be a question you want to put to the applicant, but it's, in my experience, pretty common for these sorts of developments to be subject to, for the sale and purchase agreements and these sorts of developments to be subject to, for want of a better word, gag clauses that prevent purchasers from objecting to, further resource consents by the developer. Anecdotally, I understand that may be the case here. I don't know for sure, but whether or not it is, I think it is an example that's illustrating my point that it's quite a dangerous path to go down, reading into a lack of submission, reading any meaning into a lack of submissions.
Thank you.
Apologies, I just refined where I was at. So Plan Change 14 established a comprehensively planned rural lifestyle environment. Its anticipated character was based on a graduated development pattern. We've heard a lot about that already today, with smaller lots concentrated in the more contained parts of the site, lower contained parts of the site, and lots get progressively larger towards the foothills. The relevant effect is the extent to which the proposal weakens that differentiation and produces a more intense and homogeneous pattern, and ultimately a different character neighbourhood than what the Rural Resource Area 5 anticipates. So unless you have any more questions on sort of that part, I'll move perhaps next on to the objectives and policies, which is, I think, probably the crux of this.
I do have one question on rural character.
Sure.
In relation to your conclusion that the adverse effects on rural character would be significant. Are you able to just expand a little bit on how you got to that scale of effects?
Yes, I get to that, and I guess in some ways my points I'll cover now on objectives and policies will help with that, because in reaching that assessment, I've made that assessment through the lens of the objectives and policies, which I think is an particularly important angle to take with this proposal, given that it is a bespoke site-specific zone with very specific objectives and policies and a structure plan in place. So my approach to it's been different fundamentally to a proposal in the general rural area, for example. I think that it has to be by necessity, because the character of this, the rural character of this site is very different from the general rural zone. And the rural character of this site is really defined, wouldn't be the right word, but it's shaped by those policies, policy 4.418 in particular, and the associated structure plan. It's my opinion that this proposal is not generally consistent with that structure plan. I think it is quite clearly departs from it significantly. And so following from that, what you end up with is a character of development that isn't this very clearly defined pattern of denser areas of relative density gradually getting to your larger lots, and really quite distinctive between those different rural lifestyle areas. The effect of this proposal will be to significantly water down those differences, dilute those differences between the different rural lifestyle areas to the point where it's not to say that every lot is going to be exactly the same size. Of course, that is not the situation, but the distinction between the different rural lifestyle areas is certainly a lot more diluted under this proposal than what's been approved.
Thank you. That does answer.
Sure.
Helps me understand how you.
So focusing on the objectives and policies, I think we're all on the same page that objective 4.3.10, policy 4.4.18 those were introduced through Plan Change 14. They relate directly and only to the Rural Resource Area 5 and are ultimately the most relevant objective and policy for this proposal. Where Mr. Woodward and I differ quite significantly in our opinions is in our assessment of the proposal against those provisions. Skip over some of those next points because I think we've already touched upon them enough, but what's important in my opinion is that objective 4.3.10 and policy 4.4.18 and the structure plan form an integrated planning package. They all need to be read and understood together. Yes, the objective identifies the overall outcome sought for the Rural Resource Area 5, but it's the policy and the structure plan that give direction to how that outcome is to be achieved. As I've already said, the proposal will materially weaken the pattern sought by the structure plan. In the RLA 3, 13 of the total 16 lots will be below the 4,000 metre minimum lot size. In RLA 4, 36 of the 47 lots will be below the 8,000 square metre, many of those quite significantly. And it's my position that what this does is substantially reduce the deliberate and intended distinction between the different rural lifestyle areas, particularly those RLA 1 and 2, with the relatively smaller lots, and the larger lot characters of the RLA 3 and 4. And in doing so, dilute the balancing effect of those larger lot areas on the denser areas. The effect isn't simply numerical non-compliance. The graduated lot pattern is one of the key means by which Plan Change 14 sought to implement its intended landscape, character and amenity outcomes. And as I've said, the proposal dilutes the difference between those RLAs and the offsetting effect of the larger lots on, well, the RLA 3 and RLA 4 on RLA 1 and 2 lots. What we end up with, in my opinion, is a much more homogeneous neighbourhood than was anticipated, and one that more closely resembles some of the large lot residential zones in the district than the graduated rural lifestyle development that was anticipated for Rural Resource Area 5. You had some questions for Mr. Woodward about this, and he shared his screen and took you to a few parts around Cromwell, excuse me, that have some of these large lot residential zones. And I guess the only thing I add to that is just for context, when we're making that sort of comparison between this site and those zones, the large lot residential zones in the Central Otago District Plan range from 1,500 square metres. In Precinct 1, down to 1,000 square meters. However, I understand that's part of the plan is still under appeal. In the other parts of the large lot residential zone, they're either 1,500 square meters, 3,000 square meters, or 4,000 square meters. So certainly of a similar sort of, that 3,000, 4,000 square meters is certainly similar to many of the lots that we're looking at in this application. I think what's important there is under the structure plan, there were always intended to be some of those lots that come close in size anyway to the large lot residential zone. But that was only some of them. The rest of them were noticeably larger. And this proposal's really eroding that difference. Turning specifically to the RLA 6, a key element of the structure plan was the retention of this as a single allotment.
Macintosh, would you like to have a break and get some water, or just noticing?
Sorry.
Noticed you might be needing some water.
That probably sounds much worse through the microphone than in person as well. So
if you need a couple of minutes break, that's fine. Just let us know.
Thank you, Commissioners. Yeah, so turning to RLA 6, as I was saying, it's clear that a key element of the structure plan was the retention of this as a single allotment. In this manner, high density development was generally contained to the south side of the internal roadways, and the hillside on the northern side of the roadways was intended to be kept open, relatively free of domestication, notwithstanding that, it was a lot anticipated to have a future residential building platform area. This proposal seeks to replace that single allotment outcome with 17 residential allotments, and with them all their associated landform modification, driveways, buildings, fencing, domestic curtilage, etc. And I think it's importantly, this is now creeping beyond that very legible line created by those internal roadways onto the north side of that, moving up the hillside, which is the RLA 6 and was always intended to be kept just as a single open lot. I've outlined a full assessment of policy 4.4.18 in my 42A report. I don't want to, nothing I've heard through the evidence really changes my assessment of that in any material way, so I won't go over that again in detail. I've summarized that assessment in my written notes there, just focusing on those parts that I've assessed as being not consistent. And I've done that because I think I agree with Mr. Woodward that being inconsistent with one limb of a policy doesn't necessarily mean a proposal is inconsistent overall. But I think having a look at both the quantum and the nature of where it's inconsistent with the policy, in my opinion, this proposal is very clearly inconsistent with that policy as a whole, and that being, you know, the key policy for this site. I'd say it's contrary to the policy direction of the plan as a whole.
Mr. McIntosh, it might be helpful if we can just ask you a couple of questions now on that matter.
Yes.
I'm just
Sure.
wanting to understand your use of the word inconsistent and contrary. At times in your section 42A report, the clause might be inconsistent with, and then others are contrary. And in a couple of places, you appear to have arrived at an overall, when the relevant objectives and policies are read together, I consider the proposal as inconsistent with the central direction of the district plan and is therefore contrary. So I'm not sure how you get from inconsistent to contrary. And that's in a couple of places as well. It's in the other matters section and also the section 104D section.
Right.
I just want to make sure we've understood exactly how you're using those terms, because it's a really important point for this proposal.
Can you possibly point me to where I've done that?
Okay, page 34 on the PDF, or it's in the other matters section. The third to last, the last paragraph in the other matters section, right prior to section 104D. It's the first instance, and then again in section 104D, where you're discussing the second gateway test.
Right. Yeah. Apologies if I maybe tried to be too verbose there. I think the important part, or where I was trying to be deliberate with my language there, was certainly in terms of the 104D gateway test, and being clear about whether or not, in my assessment, it passes that second limb of that test, and it's my opinion that it doesn't. And so I've tried to be deliberate about using the contrary terminology there. I think in other parts, there are some parts of the policy, you know, some limbs of the policy that, in my opinion, it's very clearly contrary. And by that I mean it's a direct sort of contradiction of what the policy is trying to achieve. There are some other parts where that's not quite so clear. It's you know, and I've landed on, well, it's not consistent. It's not doing what the policy has directed it to do. It's not giving effect to it, but nor is it clearly directly opposed. So I hope that explains the difference in my language there. Certainly where I've used contrary, I've been deliberate in the use of that term, and it's my opinion where I've used that term that it's a kind of error. It's directly going against what the policy is seeking to achieve. And I think it's very important when we're looking at 4.4.18, and indeed, the commissioners have already had some questions going to this point today, but for the Central Otago District Plan anyway, this is a very strong policy relative to most of the Central Target District Plan's policies, and it has some very strong directive and deliberate wording in there. And so when we look at, for example, Part A of that policy, requiring subdivision and development to be undertaken in general accordance with the structure plan. Admittedly, general accordance leaves some scope for interpretation, but in this case, when you consider not just the, if you look purely at the structure plan, I think it's very clearly not in accordance with it. What we have are, you know, a proliferation of 16 additional lots within the RLA 6. We also have this significant dilution that I spoke about before of the difference in lot size and by proxy of lot size, the character of the RLA 4 and RLA 3. So it's my opinion that that first limb of it very, very clearly, the proposal is very, very clearly contrary to that requirement. It's not at all consistent with the structure plan. The next part of that policy that's, you know, I would argue of high significance to this proposal is Part C. And again, it's a very strongly worded part of the policy, adhering to minimum and average allotment sizes. Well, I don't think I need to say much about that. It just simply doesn't do that. The whole premise for the proposal is to seek non-complying subdivision consent to breach minimum lot sizes across the RLA 3, the RLA 4, and the RLA, and well, in terms of the RLA 6, it's not a breach of minimum lot size, but it is no longer to be one lot, but instead 17. And then, I mean, in my 42A report, I'd look at each of these, but I think probably the next most, excuse me, I'll just take another drink. The next part of that policy I'd like to speak to is Q. And again, within that, we have, you know, strong avoid directives. And plainly, this subdivision doesn't, you know, there are some exceptions, avoid subdivision unless, well, this doesn't meet those caveats, those unless situations. So it's very clearly in breach of that policy directive. It is not avoiding those other types of subdivision. That's exactly what this application is for. There's some interesting nuances to that part of the policy that we've explored a bit already today. I think it, you know, while it's true that the policy itself and the rule framework do provide an avenue for buildings, including dwellings outside of that area for future building platform, it does so as a discretionary activity, and I'd argue with a very high bar to demonstrate that the legibility and open natural character of the rural lifestyle area 6 will be maintained. This proposal is inconsistent with this, not only because of the scale of the additional built form that it's anticipating, but because it's not proposing specific building designs that we're able to sit here and assess now. So, you know, it's not engaging with that limb. That limb is there. There is a high bar. You can potentially seek consent for an additional dwelling, and if you gained consent for that, you could potentially seek consent for subdivision of that dwelling. Well, that just simply isn't the case here, and nor are we able to apply the level of assessment that you would expect if that limb was engaged, because we do not have building designs in front of us to assess as part of this proposal. And in short, I guess it's my position, my very strong position. Rarely in my experience do I come across situations where, it's as black and white, in my opinion, that a proposal is contrary to key policies as we have here.
Macintosh, can I check with you about clause G of the policy? And in your section 42A report, you've said that you consider the proposal would introduce a more urbanised / suburban form of rural lifestyle development. Can you just explain what you mean there? Are you linking that to your concern about lot sizes akin to an LLRZ lot? Or?
Yes, I am. In the sense that, as I said before, it was always anticipated that there would be some lots within the Rural Resource Area 5 that are similar in size to the large lot residential zone. But the vast majority of it was significantly larger. This is tipping that balance. It's not so, it's my opinion that, should this be approved, it's really not that clearly different from what you might expect to find in a large lot residential zone. There's no balancing of those smaller lots anymore.
Thank you.
I'll move on to the NPS UD and just simply, I guess, explain I didn't consider that in any great detail in my 42A report. Firstly, because the CODC have instructed me on multiple occasions that they don't consider Cromwell to be a tier 3 urban environment. And I guess secondly, because by definition, this subdivision was for a rural lifestyle development, not urban development. We've heard a fair bit about, yep.
Sorry, just on that point, when you say you have received direction from CODC on multiple occasions, in what capacity, in what context have you received that? Have you got evidence of that for us?
I may have it in emails that I could provide to you. I've certainly had meetings on several occasions where I brought this up as a direct consequence of it being brought up in resource consent applications, and have been told from the senior policy planner and the previous planning director that no, it hasn't, and the example has been given to me of, plan change 19, it was brought up and council, it's my understanding that in that they gave some consideration to it, but certainly didn't deem, the decision fell short, and council certainly didn't ever agree that it was a tier 3 environment.
Thank you.
We've heard a fair bit about that today, and I guess should the panel land on the view that it does in fact constitute an urban environment and that this decision affects that environment, then the NPSUD does become a relevant matter for consideration. However, even on that assumption, I don't consider that the generally enabling direction of the NPS is determinative to this application. And I think it's important that the NPS be considered alongside recently established district plan provisions that have aimed to control where and how rural lifestyle growth is to occur. And importantly, I note that Plan Change 14 was approved in 2022 after the NPSUD came into force and established a deliberately site-specific growth framework for rural lifestyle development. So in this context, I don't really consider, or I don't see how the NPSUD would constitute a change in circumstances that undermines that Plan Change 14 outcome. That pretty much brings me to the end of what I wanted to say. I think in terms of the economic evidence, I do, having now had the benefit of that, I think some more weight can be given to the positives than certainly what I allowed for in my 40K report. However, I don't think that alters my overall position. That's to say, what positives can effects, there are, don't outweigh or aren't determinative to my overall effects conclusion. In terms of the conditions of consent, I've reviewed Mr. Woodward's track change version and have no objections to any of those track changes. They're generally administrative in nature, and I support those edits. The only sort of additional comment I'd like to make there is at the time that I drafted the 42A report, I didn't have a revised DC assessment completed by council's engineers. That has now been completed, and should the panel be of a mind to grant consent, then the conditions and advice notes regarding DCs will obviously need to be updated to reflect the additional lots.
Thank you very much, Mr. McIntosh. You've been very diligently noting through the hearings. That's been really good to you've answered quite a few of our questions in terms of where your thinking is at, having heard the evidence. So that's good. And we've been asking you questions as we've gone through. I will just see if we have any additional questions at this point.
Sure.
You've actually responded to all my questions, but I just wanted to double check. The result of everything you've heard today, your recommendation remains the same, and your section 104D
It does, yes.
it's the same as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McIntosh. That takes us back to the applicant, Ms. Everly. We've reached the end of today's hearing.
Yes.
And now it would be a good opportunity for us to perhaps discuss next steps and process and how you would like to manage right of reply, information, etc.
Certainly, thank you. So I have taken note of the matters that we're to come back to you on in terms of further information or clarification of position. And I can quickly run through those with you just to make sure that we've got a similar list. You can let me know if there was anything else.
I also have a list. So.
Great, and I think you'd indicated that you might issue a minute on some of these things just to be clear exactly what you're seeking from us.
Thank you.
But I had whether the RLA 6 portion of the application can be separated from the remainder of the application.
Yes.
Competition with large lot residential zoning, and so I anticipate that that would at least include some assessment from Mr. Colgrave and potentially further comment from Mr. Woodward. And having considered that, the issue of sight lines, addressing that for lots where there's no complying access, and so I think that at this stage I'm anticipating that would involve us identifying those sites and then probably providing some further assessment of them or a proposed approach to mitigating that issue. Design guidelines, just providing you with a copy of those that align with the covenant that sits on the titles. To come back to you in relation to visual simulations, this afternoon Mr. Buchanan has been out on the site. The poles are all there, but many were lying down. So he's popped them back up. So next time you undertake a site visit, you should be able to see all of.
Okay, well, that will
There were 10 standing, so there are only 7 down. So it probably strengthens the argument about the landscape being able to absorb some of the poles. I know there was 10 of them.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see that immediately after this we head to Cromwell to revisit the site.
Great.
Mostly to look from the viewpoints in the surrounding areas, but also just to kind of head back up quickly and have a look at the.
Right, and you have the access details.
Yes, I think. Mr. Croft left us the code. Thank you.
And then the last one that I had was whether there's a requirement for a landscape plan for dwellings in RLA 6. Yes, I understand that appears to sit as a standard for the controlled activity. So the extent to which that be required when it's a discretionary consent for dwellings in RLA 6.
Thank you. I also had a couple of queries for Mr. Woodward. And we can set those out in a minute, covering all of these details.
Right.
The first one related to a rule interpretation.
Scope plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And then also there was a question around effects conclusion at paragraph 54.
Yes, rural character.
Yes.
Yeah.
So those two aspects will build in to the minute. And I also did have I had a question on the case law and the legal subs, and you thought
Otago.
Yes, you were going to have a look into that for me. So I'll think about exactly what I asked there and put that in writing for you as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like we're in agreement around the additional information that we like.
Yes.
So that we can properly understand the full extent of the proposal.
I was going to say, I think we're saying the same thing in terms of reply.
Yes.
I could either provide that with that information or check that it's give you an opportunity, I guess, to digest that and then come back with a reply after.
Have the additional information?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have the additional information first. And then we don't have any submitters really that would need to see or comment. FENS has already said they're happy with the proposed conditions, but then we would probably run that past staff if we needed to, have a little extra opportunity in there, just in case there's some issues that come up. And then from there, you would then be invited to have your right of reply.
Thank you.
So I think in terms of timeframes, I imagine we could have a draft minute together for you on Monday.
Right.
We'll aim to get that done on Monday. And then how long would you like to update us or give that some thought?
Can I just, some of those things like visual simulations, if that's the path we're going down, I would just need to get some advice around timeframes.
So in our minute, we'll invite your advice on what timeframe suits you. And we're not in a position of having to reconvene the hearing in terms of physical attendance, but we thought we may have to do that if we weren't able to hear from the planners today, but we have gotten through everything.
Great.
So I think that's, really, it's been a good day. And thanks for everyone's participation and cooperation and assistance. It really does help us when we've got people, good people in the room, helping us to make the best decision that we can, given parameters that we have to work within. So thank you very much. Have you got any remaining thoughts or comments to make?
Oh, thank you. I think I'll address all of that through the further information and reply.
Okay,
Thank you.
great.
That's been very clear.
And I'll just check with my colleague if we've got everything covered. All good. Okay, lovely. Oh well, ngā mihi nui. Thank you very much for your time. For everyone online, thank you. I appreciate that's not always the easiest to participate in an online environment. So I really appreciate the efforts you've gone to today, and thank you everyone for your input, and thank you to Ms. Dick for doing a great job you've done. Thank you. And safe travels, everyone.
Thank you.